Riga Security Forum 2022, Values-Based International Order. And those of you who are here, if you think that it smells a little bit fishy, don't worry. This is a legitimate event. This is completely unexpected addition to the event, but it's absolutely okay and good and actually tasty. The event is Riga Security Forum was established and basically the process led by Cynthia Brock in 2019. It has been an event that has been affected by the COVID pandemic. We had to reinvent the event, so it became what it is nowadays, a hybrid version, and it kind of reminds more of a TV series, a TV show. Than the actual conference. So in this case, if those of you who are here see suddenly a sign with applause, then know that you have to applaud. Yes, the idea is that Riga Security Forum mostly takes place online in this production mode. The event, what can I say? First of all, and for the most important, thanks to all of the partners. It's been absolute pleasure for the years and years to work with the NATO Public Diplomacy Division, and Barbara Braže, you are representing the NATO today here as a speaker on the first panel. Thank you very much for joining us. Friedrich-Ebert Foundation will give the floor to Reinhard Krom, director of the Friedrich-Ebert Foundation here in the Baltic States, in half an hour after I'm finished. And then, of course, the embassies of Poland, and I'm extremely happy that Ambassador of Poland, Monica Michelin, has agreed to also say a couple of words. And of course, many thanks to the Embassy of Canada, many thanks to the Embassy of Spain here in Latvia, StrategEast Center for New Economy, and 5G Techritory platform that has been providing us with assistance intellectually and personnel-wise, and all the other forms that there are. Basically, invest, this is my encouragement, invest in Riga Security Forum, come with your topics, complicated topics, lesser complicated topics, whichever you want to raise, and bring your interests, and let's discuss them in this Riga Security Forum. With this, Reinhard, the floor is yours. Wasn't half an hour.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, partners and friends, I would also like to welcome you to this podcast series, Riga Security Forum. My name is Reinhard Krum. I'm the head of the Ebert Foundation, and I would like to make 2 points. The first one, we support this because we think the format is very good. Nothing against conferences. I'm sure you're also participating in many conferences, as do I. But the podcast digs a little bit deeper, and you can ask, so is that necessary? Do we have the time for all that? And I think we do need the time for that. So the format is good. Podcast is nothing earth-shattering new. There are many podcasts out there, but there are not that many coming out from Latvia. The second point is, and this is connected to the first one, my feeling is, and I'm dealing with this issue on European securities for quite a while, that we hear a lot of wishful thinking. We think we can do a lot, and that the change of the world after the end, hopefully at one point, of the Russian aggression against Ukraine will bring us a new world. We had the hopes after COVID, or during COVID too. COVID is over, and we do things differently. We don't fly anymore because we understand that this is much better. I don't have to tell you that also Baltic Air is having an immense increase, good for the business, not so good for the environment. So I think after the end of the war, many things will stay the same, unfortunately. And this podcast is one instrument to dig a little bit deeper. And the topic today goes into that direction. One is, what is really women's security policy? Many people ask this again. My, so to speak, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Baerbock, is very much in the forefront to support it. But there's still questions, and I'm sure we'll get to know much more about this today. Second one, we are widening the horizon and going to the Indo-Pacific, because the question is how European is European security, or will be after the end of the war? Is it all in our hands? And I will finish with a very simple understanding that it is very, very good to think and even dream and do wishful thinking. But on the other hand side, it is extremely important to look at our weaknesses. Can they be improved, or what to do to make sure that we have less weaknesses? On this note and on this beautiful view, even though it's not sunny, but the view is absolutely spectacular, and so is the podium. And I would like to give the word to the Polish ambassador. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much for possibility being here. It's very nice, and it's an honor to be here with a lot of partners and colleagues, which we are working together in many fields and many areas. Of course, we are supporting the event because this is very important, as Riga and Latvia and of course Baltic states is crucial for security of Poland, and I deeply think that that Poland is also crucial for the security of Baltic states. So we are very happy, and thank you for this brilliant cooperation for the last years. This is very important to say openly our thoughts about our cooperation and how much important this is, not only in the context of cooperation of our countries, but also about cooperation in the context of the regional security, European security, but I also believe the world security. And of course, this is very important because our cooperation has showed last period from the beginning of the war of which raised Russia against Ukraine. Poland and Baltic states are crucial in all these aspects, like giving support for Ukraine, but also raising the question of supporting Ukraine and all these sanctions questions on the European level and also in the world level. So we can only say, and I think this is really truth, that we are like the cooperation between Poland and Baltic states is crucial for supporting Ukraine, and also for the like the security, building security in our region, Europe and the world. And if I may, I just like say a few words, like comments on ongoing politics from the Polish state side. It will not be so long. In February this year, we began to see in how turbulent time we are living, as the international order and the values of the Western world are being challenged. Russia's attack on Ukraine has led not only countries but also societies to question the future by changing the ways of how a transatlantic community interacts. Poland was one of the first countries to answer the call of Ukraine to support our neighbor. Through its contribution and involvement in helping Ukraine, Poland confirmed that it is really a reliable partner, both for allies and third countries. It gave another proof that there is a solidarity gene in Polish society. It is estimated that 77% of Poles were involved in helping refugees from Ukraine in the first period of the war. Poland, together with Baltic states, are in the forefront of support for Ukraine at humanitarian, political, and military level. Our joint stance is important for imposing sanctions of the EU level. We perceive the cooperation format of Poland and three countries like Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia as fruitful and strengthening our region's security. The European Union solidarity and the role of powerful countries is being questioned again. We underline the importance of the European Council decision to confirm the EU's unity in its policy toward Russia, and its determination to continue to support Ukraine, especially in the face of winter and Russian attacks on Ukraine infrastructure and civilians. Poland still calls for increasing the effectiveness of the adopted sanctions and preventing their circumvention, as well as the adoption of new restrictive measures. In the context, Poland is one of the most engaged advocates of granting the status of European Union candidates to Ukraine and Moldova, constantly emphasize the idea of Eastern Partnership as an element of Eastern policy and the European Union's involvement in the region. Russia has always been a threat to independence and security of Poland, but also Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Just to underline the migration crisis at border with Belarus, Poland and Baltic states have been pressured by the hybrid warfare. Poland expressed its support for Ukrainian initiatives that strengthen transatlantic cooperation and NATO's defense and deterrence capabilities. In connection with a number of threats resulting from Russian aggression against Ukraine, Poland also raises the issue of the growing number of cyber attacks. Poland repels Russian attacks in cyberspace consisting of, for example, on falsifying the narrative and manipulating social moods. The mechanism of Russia's distortion of the facts should be constantly analyzed. We are and will be unmasking the criminal nature of the Russian regime. At present, Poland is gaining ground in the region as a country opposed to Russian revisionism. Poland is an active member of regional formats. The Visegrad Group, V4, the Free Seas Initiative, the Council of the Baltic States, the Lublin Triangle, the Bucharest Night, and others. It conducts activities within the Eastern Partnership. We engage in activities in international organizations, submit initiatives to the United Nations, Council of Europe, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. In the long run, the change in Poland's role in Europe will result from both external factors, for example, the composition of the Russian Federation causing conflicts in the region, or international factors, increase in Poland's military potential postulated by conservative circles. Political circles in Poland also agree on the growth of the country's economic and military potential. Next year, we will celebrate 13th anniversary of the departure of Russian troops from Poland and 15th anniversary of Russia's attack on Georgia. We must remember that President Lech Kaczynski, during a rally in Tbilisi in 2008, gave a famous speech which should be considered as crucial for the current situation in the region. Then in Tbilisi, he warned the Western world that if we will not stop Russia, others will suffer, Baltic states, Ukraine, and even Poland. Today, we see that this warning was disregarded. Next year, we will also celebrate the 419th anniversary of birthday of the Polish King Stefan Batory, who won the war with Ivan the Terrible in 1982 and provided security and development for the territory of present Latvia. The war with Muscovites of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth symbolizes common engagement of Poland and Baltic states in the security of the region and fight with Russian oppression, which goes back in the past more than 4 centuries. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we should not forget about our past and the sacrifice of the generations who fought for independence of Poland and countries of our region. Let those anniversaries and our common experience guide us in creating good solutions for security and cooperation for the prosperity of Poland, Latvia, Ukraine, and countries of Europe. Thank you very much.
Directors, and thank you very much, dear audience, for participating in this very important event today. My name is Elizabete. I'm a researcher at the Latvian Institute of International Affairs, and it was my utmost pleasure and honor to open the first discussion of the Riga Security Forum 2022 final event. Now, prior to starting, I want to point to a very important technical detail. Everybody following us online, also on online platform TVNet, please type in your questions in the chat box and they will be passed to me with the help of my colleagues. Therefore, we'll be able to discuss more relevant questions to you. Now, More to the gist of this discussion, the Latvian Institute of International Affairs is proud to be one of the leading institutes to discuss the women, peace and security agenda in international relations. Now, the reason for including gender in the discussion on international security is related to us believing that this can bring about a more sustainable, lasting and inclusive peace. And this is also the reason why we have titled today's discussion as Putting on the Gender Glasses, Response to the War in Ukraine in the Transatlantic Security Space. Now, to discuss this very relevant topic, which I believe has brought us all to reassess some of our values, I have invited a panel of very distinguished guests. First, Baiba Braže, Assistant Secretary for Public Diplomacy at NATO. It's a pleasure to have you, Baiba. Gunda Reire, Parliamentary Secretary at the Ministry of International Affairs.
Good afternoon.
And joining online, and last but not least, Lieutenant Colonel Melanie Lake, Military Advisor to Jacqueline O'Neill on Women, Peace and Security Agenda. It's a pleasure to have you. Can you hear us well? Okay, if we can make sure that we also hear Melanie, please. So, have we resolved our technical hiccup? Well, while we're doing this, perhaps I will start with a brief introduction on the few points I have brought to my own list of issues that I would like to discuss today that came to my mind as I was preparing for this event. First, for the background of the listeners, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda dates back to year 2000, and it has been conceived as a body of several United Nations Security Council resolutions that point out that women and children, in fact, are disproportionately affected by military conflict. And therefore, the international community and the United Nations member states must strive to protect them and prevent them from any type of violence and military conflict, and also help women's leadership efforts in peace building. Now, the situation in Ukraine nowadays, of course, has revealed that the Women, Peace and Security Agenda is as relevant as ever. We see that the majority of war refugees are women and children, whether internally displaced or outside of Ukraine. We also see that, in fact, the Russian army is using sexual violence as a means to target the Ukrainian population. And eventually, I believe that nowadays gender has become as politicized as ever. Considering all these observations, I would like to bring us to our first question, and I would like to ask Baiba. So, you also have NATO Strategic Concept 2022 on your table, of course, a landmark document that we were all looking forward to, and I know it also contains very important points on human security and the Women, Peace and Security Agenda in the eyes of NATO, reflecting its values. Could you tell me, how do you think NATO is doing when it comes to promoting this very important resolution?
Thank you very much, and thank you our hosts for organizing this, Ambassador Foundation, Latvian Institute of International Affairs. And I know that you have lost your leader lately.
We have a new leader.
Internal political developments. and I would like to congratulate Andres Spruts for becoming an MP. And I look forward working with the new leadership in as successful way as it has been. And maybe one day we also have a female leader of the Institute of International Affairs. Aside. Coming back to your question, indeed, when our leaders and when we all were involved in the wide consultation process on drafting NATO's new strategic concept, we reached out to private sector, we reached out to non-governmental sector, to academic sector, of course, to the military and political leaders, civilian leaders, and so on and so forth, to really get the inputs. What value do they see in NATO? What do they see as the most important future tasks? So the document that was created was not just an exercise from drafting around the North Atlantic Council table. It was a very wide consultation process. And the issue around why NATO is important actually came out very strong, that it does guarantee that basis of security to its 1 billion population, that it does guarantee that platform for economic growth, for future, for education aspirations, for everything else, for its allies, 30 allies, soon to be 32 allies. But also what it means that it has that basis of values, that when we speak why NATO was established, it was very much around the fact that to protect the liberties, the democracy, and that associations that the alliance was based on. And of course, naturally, that's very much the concept of human security, where women, peace, security as a concept comes in very naturally. And that was formulated, as you said, by the UN in 2000. And there have been quite a body of resolutions and practical work developed around that. Again, NATO is a political military alliance, so we sort of narrow it down to what the mission of the alliance is. And the way we have formulated is that we include the issue of women, peace, security into everything that we do, around 3 main pillars, which is inclusion, integrity, and integration. So everything and what it means de facto is that in the whole process, from starting to plan and operation, from the intelligence gathering, from assessing the conflict, from prevention, from mitigation, and post-conflict, there is that concept included. And also currently with the war in Ukraine, regularly NAC, the North Atlantic Council, which is the highest deciding body, receives briefings on these aspects, on how human security, how women, children are affected. And as you rightly pointed out, Russia is using the sexual violence as means of conducting its war in Ukraine. Which again, then for NATO as a political military alliance means that we have to draw certain lessons the way Russians are doing that war. Because again, going back to the security, to the strategic concept of NATO, it says that the concept of women, peace, security will be included in all 3 core tasks, meaning the deterrence defense, the crisis management and prevention, and the work with partners or cooperative security. Which again then in practice means that what we do is training not only our troops, not only making sure that from the outset our troops when preparing for operations know exactly what and how they should do, but also for partners. So when we train partners, that is very clear that prevention of violence and prevention of sexual violence and conflicts, and the way the operations are conducted on the field is an important training element. Also for the United Nations peacekeepers, also for others. So this is where the strengths of the alliances. Then, of course, we will go in the next round of questions on Ukraine more specifically, and then we can proceed with that.
Thank you very much, Baiba. Gunta, maybe you can give the perspective of Latvia as a member of the international community. How well are we doing?
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. Well, actually, I will give you my personal views, how I see it, and then, as Baiba mentioned, in the next rounds we can go deeper in details. Well, as you correctly mentioned, 22 years have passed since the landmark resolution on women, peace and security, and actually, if we look at those 22 years, we can conclude that the world has become a better place to live. That's the good news. But now to the bad news, the Gender Snapshot 22, which is a report produced by the United Nations, 2 really relevant agencies, actually has calculated that if we are continuing in the same speed, and we are improving, as I said, then we will reach let's say, full gender equality in almost 300 years. So that's the bad news. Yes, and with full gender equality, I mean not only, you know, anti-discriminatory laws or legal protection, but everything we actually understand with real human rights, women's rights, and actually human dignity as such. Of course, the world is diverse. here in the democratic part of the world we are doing better than maybe in other parts, but yes, this is the previous report. I'm not sure if this year has brought us some good news. I'm afraid that we will see in the next report that the situation is at least stagnating right now. We see oppression of peaceful protest movements in Iran. We see Russia's war and aggression in Ukraine. And yes, but once again, as I said, the world is diverse in the European Union. We are keeping the course. But sometimes I would also say that if you're looking at gender perspective and women's rights and women inclusion and protection of women's rights, we sometimes see the tendency of labeling, well, like feminist foreign policy or liberal attempts in foreign policy, something like that. But I would say that I don't see those labeling attempts as really positive ones, because they have a potential to distract us from the very essence of the whole issue. And I see the whole issue more not as a feminist one or a liberal one. I see the whole concept of humanism here, because we all are humans here, and it's not about women or girls or children or men. It's about human beings, how we treat each other. That's the basic. I would say, the departure point. Because also, if you look at the women, peace and security agenda as such, we see those two sides. On the one hand, how women and girls are treated differently during the conflict, and we are, of course, referring to the violence and aggression. And on the other hand, how women are included in all peace efforts, or in the armies and military forces. But I would say, and that is my strong conviction, that today's agenda on in international relations is not simply, you know, let's say, women's efforts to break into the so-called traditional male spheres or male clubs. I really see this in a much broader perspective, let's say, as a demand for equality, justice, inclusion, security, and also equal positioning of professional women in the social hierarchy. And with the social hierarchy, actually, I mean also a broader concept here, because we, yes, on the one hand, also, if you look in the European Union and in the democratic world on the statistics, actually, we can see quite good numbers here. But on the other hand, we forget that together with good opportunities, we actually we need also equal distribution of duties. So, which means that, and I like the famous quotation of Ruth Bader Ginsburg here, that she said that women will reach, well, I'm paraphrasing, you know, women will reach real equality only at the point when also men will take their share in upbringing the next generation, which means that we have the same opportunities, but we still have also our KKK duties, which means that this double efforts which professional women actually have to perform, they're exhausting sometimes. Therefore, yes, so my first intervention was a bit more, you know, general and conceptual. I promised to talk about real examples and what Latvia is doing in these terms. But I really think that this is the departure point. How we treat each other, and the departure point is equality in every aspect, not only opportunities, also in the aspect of duties.
Thank you very much, Gunda. Indeed, the aspect of human dignity, I believe, sometimes disappears into the political narratives that are, you know, directed at gender equality. Thank you. Melanie, I really hope we can hear you. And now, Gunda mentioned the feminist foreign policy already. Now, Canada is one of the few countries in the world that has proclaimed its foreign policy as feminist. How is Canada doing when it comes to promoting women, peace and security and gender equality internationally? Please.
So, you know, I completely, can you hear me? Just
Yes,
to start?
we can.
Okay, wonderful. So speaking about things like the feminist foreign policy and feminist international assistance policy, that was the driver behind our creation of our national action plan, along with obviously the Security Council resolutions and the global drive for solid plans to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1325. The good thing about having these and having these stated policies is that it means every time something comes up, we don't need to renegotiate the priority of WPS. We have these stated policies. We have set it at the highest levels. And, you know, that was one of the reasons why Canada was such an advocate for seeing the inclusion of WPS in NATO's strategic concept and it allows us to have that framework that we don't have to, you know, every time a crisis erupts, we don't have to renegotiate that. We are going to approach this with a gendered lens, that we have to actually look at this with broader perspectives, look at the intersectionality, and look at how this affects people differently as we try to respond. So that, I think, is where those sort of declarations are really important, really on a domestic front. When we talk about, you know, getting into Ukraine specifically, and I will talk more about what Canada's doing there in the next round, but there's no doubt that this is a very gendered war, and that we'll be studying the gendered dimensions of this for years to come. You see women playing, I would say, an equally important role in the defense of Ukraine right now, in all spheres, in politics, media, security forces, volunteer organizations, keeping civil society running and functioning, raising awareness around the world about what's going on, fighting disinformation, and, you know, even protecting the next generation by getting them out of harm's way. And with all wars, we're seeing that women remain disproportionately impacted, whether that's economically, changing responsibilities, the rise of gender-based violence, domestic violence, use of violence sexual violence as a weapon of war, declining access to sexual and reproductive health rights. And all of this is happening in a global environment where we're seeing a regression of generational gains in women's rights over the last year, especially watching, as some of my colleagues on the panel mentioned, what's happened in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Sudan, what we're seeing in Iran. And I think really the defense in Ukraine that we're seeing is as strong as it is because this is a whole of society defense. Everyone is doing their piece, regardless of gender, regardless of circumstances. And I really hope that, you know, the resilience that comes from this is really recognized in the future. Are we doing enough? Is Canada doing enough? I see one of the really important pieces that I think where we had the opportunity to contribute is over the last really 8 years in democratic reforms, in supporting the democratic reforms within Ukraine, the transparency in government, that support to a free media that is able to credibly tell this story to the world, the support to active civil society and security sector reforms. Like, there's no doubt that over really these last 8 years of accelerated reforms towards Euro-Atlantic integration and NATO interoperability, Ukraine has firmly grasped the importance of gender equality and WPS in that pursuit. You know, they brought in their first national action plan in 2016, second in 2020, and it's really being revised now in the context of the war. But WPS really featured prominently in the planning and review process for the annual partnership goals that NATO and Ukraine work towards each year, with some really key targets towards, like, creation of gender networks, senior policy advisors within Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Interior, mainstreaming it throughout operational planning. So for Canada, we were able to help support that throughout the process, and doing it, very humbly, as we were working on very similar things within both our own military forces and our broader security sector. And those have been key. That path to Euro-Atlantic integration has been a catalyst for things like Ukraine recently ratifying the Istanbul Convention on preventing and combating violence against women. So all of this, the security sector reforms, breaking down barriers for women in security forces. I think Ukraine is really showing us now this feminist military narrative in sharp contrast to Russia, whose leadership seems to really have embraced toxic masculinity. So what I hope that we can do as a country looking to support is to continue on this path, to keep, sustaining this support to Ukraine as a democracy, to their democratic systems, both federally, regionally, preserving these democratic checks and balances that are so critical to opening that space for women, peace, and security to thrive.
Thank you very much, Melanie. I think these are very, very important aspects that we should emphasize. And of course, also in the West, there's plenty that we can learn from Ukraine that has been able to put in place such important initiatives that sometimes seem to be dragging here in the West too. But I want to, in fact, also point to the issues that we're still seeing. Despite the fact that the international community has made so many declarations and has put so much effort towards promoting gender equality, we still see problems and issues that persist. However, I think that the war in Ukraine has also made us react and even perhaps be proactive in our efforts to ensure that, for once, the Women, Peace and Security agenda is put in place in Ukraine. Baiba, perhaps you can tell me about what NATO is doing to that end.
Thank you very much, and my big thank you for Canada leading the way also at NATO. That's been great, and I'm wearing a Canada NATO scarf, Melanie, that was given to me by General Whitecross, and she was the first 4-star general in Canadian Armed Forces, and it was a great pleasure to work with her at NATO. Also currently the highest serving general at NATO SHAPE, Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, is a Canadian general, Carla Harding, top ace of logistics, and we work very well with her, so great job. With that, I want to say that we need more examples. We need a wider base of pyramid for women in a variety of professions. As far as NATO is concerned, what NATO needs is the best talent independent of gender, sexual, religious orientation from the allied countries. And as far as civilian staff is concerned, almost half is women, more than 40% currently. Also in the top leadership, we are at the assistant secretary general levels, we are three women. But in the military staff, obviously, it's less. It's about 20%, which is a half more than 10 years ago. So we are on the right trajectory. But again, the leading by example and showing that it's a profession where you not only are a victim of somebody else's war, but that you are a responder, you are a leader, you are part of that defense of your country, of the alliance, of the populations, territories, and people. So in that respect, what we are seeing in Ukraine is a war where women are a critical force in the defense model of Ukraine. The whole resilience aspect, civil enablement of defense forces very much rely on Ukrainian women. On Ukrainian women, not just in physical sense in providing that support, but also through their brains, through their informational workforce, through the practical aspects of supplying troops, medical assistance, everything, but also fighting on the front. Women are right there. So they are not just victims, they are actually active defenders of Ukrainian statehood, nation, and Ukraine's future. So they take a proper active stake. And that is where it's also different from the Russian war. So also this war is different in that respect, that we see it played out. We see that United Nations have taken a very active role, starting from the stance of the Secretary General of the UN, very clearly defining that it is an aggression, Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. The numerous hearings in the UN Security Council with facts, with briefings from various UN organizations, including from the High Representative of Human Rights of the UN, Walter Turk, who was just in Ukraine and fully reported on what is happening there. So there is that, including on human security aspects, civilian and women sufferings there. So currently Russia's war against the critical infrastructure is very much meant to undermine that Ukrainian defense model, the civil enablement, the resilience of the population. And there, make no mistake, Ukrainians will not give up, because that is, and this is what we see also from the years of trainings that NATO has provided, that allies have provided, that currently we are providing to Ukrainians, the assistance, the training, everything. That willingness and ability to fight and defend your country is unbreakable. So the task for all of us is to make sure that is maintained. And in practical ways, obviously, again, there have been not only, millions, billions of assistance that have been provided, but very practical help to ensure that Ukraine has that ability to fight. So the supplies, military, lethal aid, but also non-lethal aid, enabling aid, informational aid, anything that is necessary, but also providing that future perspective. And I think that future perspective, that emotional angle, be it Euro-Atlantic integration perspective, the future dream of Ukraine, I think, is as important in this aspect. So there, NATO, EU, UN, all the countries, all the international world that stands up for rules-based international order play a very important role.
Thank you very much, Baiba. Gunda, what about Latvia? It has been, in fact, very often recognized as one of the top supporters of Ukraine, both in terms of verbal support, but then also in various international formats.
Yeah, as promised, now I'll go deeper in activities, policies, and Latvia's experience. And first of all, I'd like to underline that Latvia is a strong supporter of the WPS agenda globally, regionally, on the EU level, nationally, and not only with diplomatic means or politically, but also here you as a think tank. Actually, we have a really nice event today. We are spreading the message and raising the awareness. And actually, I see also our civil society partners here in the room, which means that also civil society is engaged in this WPS agenda, which is this is really good news. Yes. On the UN level, I must say that we will see, the highest points of our priority in this regard, I think, in 2025, when Latvia will run for the United Nations Security Council's non-permanent seat. And I must say that, the women's rights, human rights, this is not a coincidence that we will have also this priority or this line among our priorities, because human rights and women's rights actually have been our foreign policy priority since the regaining our independence. It is not, an ad hoc idea, how to win the elections, yeah? This is my first point. And why is it so? Because as a small state, we can survive only in a rules-based international environment, and with the help of this, and also with the help of WPS agenda, this is how we are not only raising awareness or fighting for justice or gender equality, but this is also how we are strengthening the international environment, which is the only one which is beneficial for us. And in the United Nations, well, not only in terms of UNSC priorities, we see this agenda or these policies. In 2023, Latvia will start working in the executive board of the UN Women. For instance, currently we are in the UN Commission on the Status of Women in the status and vice presidents, and yes, we are strengthening this agenda in every possible manner with the help of diplomatic, political means, and also with the help of our experts in different institutions and bodies in the United Nations. Yes, if we are talking about the national efforts, well, I have two or after Polish ambassador's intervention, actually already three nice examples. First of all, we have launched the UN Women, Peace and Security Mentoring Program here in Latvia. I'm also honored to be part of it, and I must say that in the very beginning I was full of doubts. What can I tell those young professionals and young women? But then it turned out that with our professional experience and actually everything we have seen in the world and in our professional duties, there are lots of things we can at least discuss or even maybe teach to these young women, and it turns out that it really empowers them, and that is, I would say, the discovery of the year 2022 for me. It was honestly a surprise for me how actually effective and interesting this mentoring program is. This is the first example. The second example is also, in fact, present today. We met with Melanie during the Riga conference in the side event, which was organized with the help of the Canadian embassy, and yes, also with the help of Riga conference and with the help of such events like today's, we are also raising the awareness and giving also our share to the whole idea. And I mentioned our Polish ambassador here. Yes, actually also the opening of the Ita Kozakiewicz monument months ago in Jēkabpils, we can also count this initiative to the whole WPS agenda here in Latvia, because this is the way how we praise really, really strong women that have been part of our independence struggles, our independence movement. This is it was a really strong political, intellectual figure in our history, also a fighter for freedom, for sovereignty, for human rights, everything that actually we are still fighting for in today's world. So far about the national level. And now to Ukraine. Yes, as you correctly mentioned, we are forefronters in terms of if you look at our assistance in terms of share of GDP, we are number one with our 0.92. And as we usually say, we must support Ukraine in every possible terms, politically, financially, militarily, but also psychologically, also with every other possible means we have at our disposal, because I can share in a brief manner my personal experience. A month ago I was in Kiev during that massive shelling. We were sitting in the shelter of the highest Rada, and yes, and then we were discussing all those needs, and actually the full spectrum of needs and help that is really needed in Ukraine. And it turns out that our almost 1% of GDP, or our efforts there, are very visible and very, very highly appreciated. Because then, well, 3 weeks ago, the Women Rehabilitation Center in Ivano-Frankivsk was opened in Ukraine. It is the western part of Ukraine. which was co-sponsored by the Latvian state. And yes, on the one hand, it seems that, of course, Ukraine needs weapons, it needs money, it needs, well, winterization, every possible, you know, infrastructure. But on the other hand, when we met the First Lady, Olena Zelenska, this is the first thing she wanted to mention during our talks by praising Latvia for our help and our really humanitarian approach to the sufferings in Ukraine. They know very well, of course, in absolute numbers, our 1% of GDP is not that much. On the other hand, Ukrainians understand very much that we are giving everything we have. And they really appreciate the opening of the center where we help women that have survived sexual violence during this Russia's war in Ukraine. They appreciate the rehabilitation well, opportunities here in Vaivari, where we help soldiers that are really, really wounded here. And I must say that, yes, in Ukraine, and if we are talking about the WPS efforts, with the help of our civil society, and here we have LAPAS, which is part of our National Action Plan, WPS National Action Plan, or MARTA, which this NGO was involved in opening of the Ivano-Frankivsk Center. We are actually doing a great job on the one hand, and on the other hand, this is what we must continue doing. This is what we will assumably will talk about a bit later, but Ukraine must win, and we can help them with in really, really different ways, also with really psychological help, rehabilitation efforts, legal advice, and many other. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Gunda. Melanie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to start by saying how inspiring it is actually to see the Latvian response and how much you truly have given. We had the opportunity when my boss, Ambassador O'Neill, visited just after the Riga Security Conference to meet with some of those civil society partners, including LIIA and Marta Center, and hear about the tremendous work that you're doing. And it really is an example to the rest of, I think, the alliance when you see, you know, a country who is small in size, but contributing an oversized response. So just wanted to recognize that at the offset. From the Canadian perspective, WPS on a global scale. I mean, I talked about in the last response, having a foreign feminist policy and international assistance policy. So right off the bat, everything we do, it's recognized that WPS has to be integrated into that. We have to do our programming, our responses with a gendered lens on it. We're currently in the process of developing our third national action plan on women, peace, and security, and that is, I mean, it will undoubtedly be informed by what is unfolding on the ground right now. But the other part of it is it's taking a more domestic approach as well. It's focusing on what we have to do internally to do better in terms of supporting women within our security sector, full meaningful participation. We do have a directive within our armed forces on implementing WPS. And that is really aimed, we're doing a lot of work right now on how can we better support the mainstreaming of gender-based analysis, both on the military side within our security sector and as part of our national action plan. How can we better enable all of our government departments to implement gender-based analysis? Because it's one thing to recognize that programming and responses need to be done with a gendered lens, but it's another issue to be able to build that capacity to do it in a meaningful and successful way. So that's a piece that we're really trying to take on right now. some of the other things that we're focused on, we are an active player in the WPS CHODS network, Chiefs of Defense Network. We've recently participated in the conference hosted by Bangladesh, who's currently leading that. And with that, looking, that's really looking at how one of the main aims of that network is increasing meaningful participation of women across UN peacekeeping operations. So one of the initiatives we've been really proud of and are working on sort of the next iteration of is the LIIA initiative, which is designed to increase women's meaningful participation within peacekeeping operations and improve the environment that women are going into as they take that on. But to speak more specifically about what we're doing in Ukraine, so we really are trying to approach our response looking at that triple nexus of humanitarian assistance, development support, and security. Without a doubt, the message is resoundingly clear out of Ukraine, both from all across political leadership, but including women leaders, that military support is absolutely critical. I mean, peace talks will start once Ukraine has secured a military victory. So that's certainly the first component that we have been looking at throughout. So over $1 billion in military equipment, but getting back into work with Operation Unifier. I mean, we were working on the ground since 2015 there, directly training Ukrainian security forces. I had the privilege of commanding that operation last year from March to October, and really felt like we had tremendous momentum both on reforms, but also on the integration of gender, building gender networks. And I hope that we're able to continue that now that Unifier has resumed, really helping with that continuous reconstitution of forces to sustain Ukraine's efforts, building specialist capabilities, and working with our partners. We've had a lot of engagement recently with our EU partners as they're standing up their training mission. Another piece has been, and an interesting piece, I think, and where we see an intersection between Ukraine and WPS on the global scale is with the diplomatic efforts and fighting disinformation. One thing some of the Ukrainian political leaders that we've met with recently have indicated is asking for our assistance in reaching out to partners in the global South who have been really, really targeted by Russian disinformation about Ukraine. But it's interesting that WPS tends to be another area where Russia and some other autocratic partners have used WPS as an attempt to divide global South, global North. WPS has often been portrayed by Russia as something that's pushed onto the global South by the global North, but that really devalues the role that the global South actually played in spurring. I mean, WPS and UN Security Council Resolution 1325 was very much an initiative born from women's groups out of the global South. So Ukraine has asked for our support in countering disinformation, using those diplomatic tools to engage with the global South, both on Russian disinformation about Ukraine, but WPS is an important component of that. I think that, the needs are just so great right now, and the stakes are so high that we have to continuously ask ourselves if we're doing enough. We really are trying to push heavily on humanitarian assistance and make sure that we're taking into account the special needs of women, children, and vulnerable groups as part of that. On the development front, continuing to really support the resilience of government institutions and civil society organizations, direct support to victims of sexual and gender-based violence, as well as supporting international efforts to investigate war crimes. We've recently pledged funding for risk education, hazard mapping, and building capacity for demining, and then also approving accountability for human rights violations. So really, again, trying to put a gender lens on that triple nexus of support. And I do just want to say, as we talk about military training and as we resume that, and many of our countries, so many of our countries are providing military support, it really is important to remember the women that are serving there. They continue to struggle with getting sufficient equipment in their sizes, that often, and that's something that, even gets overlooked at home sometimes, but equipment, continuing to push for reforms and legislation that protect those women in the armed forces of Ukraine. In times like this, we don't talk a lot about the challenges that women face sometimes within their own security forces, whether that's sexual harassment, sexual assault. But it's problems that women grapple with in armed forces all around the world. And Ukraine was working on improving their legislation on that front, but it is an area where we still need, I think, to support. And finally, making sure that we push as we're training Ukrainian forces outside of Ukraine itself. We push for the inclusion of women, and they probably will be in smaller numbers. So we really need to make sure, as we're providing that training, that we do make sure that environment is ready, receptive, and secure for them as they participate in this training. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Can I just ask perhaps to, in the meanwhile, as we're talking here in the studio, to turn off your mic and then turn it on again. Thank you so much. Great. So I think you've already introduced a couple of points that I think will come in handy as we talk about the next steps. And here I would like to ask the discussants to be very brief, as we already want to try to involve the audience. We have some follow-up questions that we would need to discuss before we finalize the discussion. So indeed, what are the next steps? We've been emphasizing that there's so much that we've already done this year, and we have been proactive, but what else should we be doing? Baiba, please.
Okay, so NATO does a very specific audience polling in our allied countries, both on a more general level, so-called the annual polling, but also on specific issues, nuclear deterrence and emerging security issues and a number of other things. And in all those, we clearly see that women have less understanding and less interest, but also they perceive all the threats and issues differently. So quite clearly also the communications, the outreach, everything that we do has to be very specifically addressed to various women groups, again, depending what we are trying to achieve. So in our communications and outreach, we specifically include women, again, through the segmented approaches as a particular group of interest in our outreach. So that is what we will continue. And if you see NATO's videos, if you see NATO's events, if you see whatever we do, you will see women everywhere. Women in uniform, women in non-uniform, women in various other roles. Then we need to continue integrating the gender aspect into future capabilities, military capabilities. We clearly know that the fighter planes, the bombers, the submarines, whatever we have, that they require actually specific adjustment for women. And again, because of these tech-enabled future capabilities, they are different from what they were in the past. Extremely advanced, future bombers won't have people on them at all. But while they do, because we need that best talent, because we have women training, we need specifically also to adjust that production equipment and so on and so forth. So that is a very specific military angle. The cultural and relationship aspects within the military and civilian, and as Melanie said, the respect for diversity and professionalism, excluding sexual harassment, and that's a lot to do about training, but also a lot about relationships and making it really as a professional relationship instead of having those gender glasses on in a wrong way. And the final point is, of course, all that relates to cyber, hybrid, and other threats. where again we have seen the whole part of action specifically addressed to women in the digital sphere, and attacks against women and harassment and everything else, to make sure that through enablement, through mentoring, through professional advance, not only we get the best women with their skills on board, because actually it's in the tech sector where the women are least represented, where the highest incomes are currently and in the future, but where they are least represented. So there is a real digital gap in our societies in that respect. But also to make sure that women are resilient and are not prevented through this specific gender-based attacks against them in the digital sphere from achieving their aims. And we at NATO, we have some of the best cyber people, some of the best people in our intel and other spectrums who are women in these sectors. So, and to young women, through the mentoring, I always remind them, invest in yourself. I mean, don't have that internal point of accountability within yourself. Don't listen when other people are telling you, you know, because you're women, you're not gonna get this done, or because, you know, you're this and that. That is not for you. Just do your professional work, and you will develop on merits, and not because you're one or the other.
Thank you. Gunda?
Oh yes, what Baib said, that reminds me of the song "Free Your Mind and the Rest Will Follow." Yes, indeed. Sometimes, actually, during the Riga conference, there was a thesis about self-victimization. So, invest in yourself and believe in yourself. That, well, that's actually the first step you can make on your own. But returning to your question, and in the light of today's discussion, which actually, well, the biggest emphasis was put on Ukraine. First of all, I'd say that yes, unpunished crime is a repeated crime globally, and also in regard also to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. This is why Latvia is a really strong supporter of the creation of an ad hoc tribunal which could investigate and prosecute crime, aggression, the war crimes. This is what we are advocating for. Of course, it will take lots of time to find the best, let's say, the construction or the best institutional setting for such a tribunal. I know that there are also other legal opportunities on the table, like some hybrid tribunals and so, but the good news is that the international society is moving towards such kind of investigation and prosecution. This is the first point. The second point, yes, unhealed trauma is an open trauma. This is why we will continue supporting Ukrainian women and girls and doing everything what's possible in terms of rehabilitation, legal advice, how to support women. But as actually Baiba correctly mentioned, in Ukraine, women are not only victims of sexual violence or victims of war, they are also fighters. And I mentioned that I was sitting in the shelter during that massive bombing when towards Kiev, actually. Well, this was months ago, but yes, then we talked to Ukrainian women and they said, yes, do not underestimate us. 1/5 of the Ukrainian army, these are women. Every 5th soldier is a woman. So this is, well, the other side of the coin if you look at the WPS agenda. Yes, and the third point I'd like to outline about our future steps, as I said, we are running for the seat at the United Nations Security Council. Human rights, rule of law, also women's rights will be definitely part of our agenda, part of our priorities. Of course, the official campaign will be launched only in the second half of the next year, but this is what I can promise you. This WPS agenda and women's rights will be definitely in our toolbox in the campaign, in the elections, and hopefully also during our membership in 26-27. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gunda. Melanie, the floor is yours.
One of the things I think that we can really do as an international community to help right now is to be thinking about the day after the conflict ends. This is something that militaries are notoriously bad about. We get caught up in the fighting of the day and aren't ready for the day when the fighting stops and we need to transition to stabilization. And understanding how much Ukraine has on its plate right now, that is probably an area where we can really contribute, and understanding that women have played a really important role in this and will be poised to take on new and emerging leadership roles in what the future of Ukraine will look like. I hope that we are ready to support that and help sustain, that more active role, even at the regional level, that women have certainly played. Another place I think is really important, where there needs to be a bit of a push, is for women's participation in the peace building process and peace negotiations. Right now, the negotiation teams have had a very low representation of women, and this is such a critical component to ensuring that that they are actually successful. And it's particularly important, on the political side, when you consider that there is a very low representation of women at the senior levels in the armed forces. So certainly an area where I think that maybe a bit of a push is needed. Continuing to support the legislative reforms, like things like the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. Like there's about 30 draft laws that need to be revised in follow-on to ratifying that convention. So certainly an area where we can help, and ensuring that as we rebuild and redraft legislation, that gender perspectives are incorporated into that. There is a tremendous potential or opportunity that comes from having to rebuild, to build back in a different manner. And the last piece I would say is just being ready to consider that we are going to have a large body of veterans that will need rehabilitation, reintegration, and a big chunk of that will be women with different needs that certainly need to be considered and recognized as Ukraine looks to stabilize post-war, post-victory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Now, in the best tradition of the Riga Security Forum, I would like to open the floor to some questions, please, over here. And if anybody else has something in store, go ahead and ask it afterwards, please.
Hello, my name is Ina Tielīte, and I am chairperson of Women's NGOs Cooperation Network of Latvia. We are National Coordination for European Women's Lobby, and also member of Women Against Violence Europe. And I was very pleased to hear contributions of our esteemed panelists today. And especially learning about zero tolerance towards any harassment and exploitation, about inclusion of women, representation in a dialogue. But I think there should be more of sharing power. That is the feminist principle that should be observed in the future much more. And let me give you just a few examples. For instance, civil society has a dialogue with the European Commission. Together with our Polish coordination, last spring, we, Latvian coordination, drafted the emergency motion towards European Women's Lobby General Assembly to include amongst EU members and countries in accession members, also Ukrainian and Moldova women's organizations. And not every network in Europe has done before us, only the European Youth Forum did so. And I think that while we provide services, our members provide services to women for rehabilitation, advice, integration courses, education for children and support, there are few issues that we cannot deal and which have not been addressed, and that is the issues of those people, those women who are in occupied territories by Russia and who have no food and who have no means to support their children and who are threatened probably by fake news that if they would take food and drinks for their children from Russian army, then they will be punished up to 15 years in prison. And to deal with such information and countering different kind of malinformation, I think it's very, very important. Even Madame Praže mentioned cyber security, but I think we should pay more attention what news comes to refugee people across the European countries. Second, reconstruction. It is very, very important that women take part. For instance, when they were internally displaced persons from eastern part of Ukraine years ago, Latvian Organization for People with Disability, and we put forward a $1 million worth project for European Commission to support those women with disabilities and single mothers to enable them to be able to start job or start business or empower them for the work while being displaced. The decision was to renovate the firefighters' station. Of course, we can guess what has happened now with the firefighter station, and those women are still without skills, even being displaced or now being refugees. And I think the priority should be given to the bottom-up approach whenever we discuss the reconstruction of Ukraine and engaging those women. And meanwhile, we will help, while having every month meeting with Ukrainian women online, we will help to make witnessing of harassments, of sexual assaults, so that the crimes can be later tried. We will try to do our best, but I think especially to address to NATO that we need with NATO structural dialogue with women's NGOs.
Thank you very much. Do you also have a question, perhaps? This was more of a remark to the panel.
No, I was very happy to hear what Eva was said by Madame Lake, and I think we have to learn a lot from Canada's experience and from our colleagues. And my only question is to Madame Praže, can we invite her to General Assembly of European Women's Lobby to start a new possibilities for dialogue? Thank you.
Putting you on the spot.
You can always invite me. Whether I'm able to be there is a different question, so I will do my best.
Thank you very much. Some more questions from the audience, please. Here.
Hi. Thank you very much for all the insightful...
Introduce yourself, please.
Oh, right. Hi, I'm a student from the University of Oxford, and I'm also a policy advisor from the New Zealand Police. I guess my question is, what do you see are the biggest barriers to keeping the momentum for some of the really incredible work that you guys have shared and done? I suppose a lot has been talked about, like training and implementation of resolutions, but I take Melanie's point about implementation. And as we know, there are lots of barriers to these kinds of implementations, whether it's financial or political. So I guess any general comments you have about that, it's an open question for anyone who wishes to take it, would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody would like to start?
I think it's important to recognize that the concepts are there, and I think it was Melanie who said that, but you know, the documents, the policies, the concepts are there, so it's very much about doing that, what Ineta said, bottom-up type of approach to practical work, and that is for the allies, in our case for NATO, that's for the allies very much having that triple helix, which is not just the governments saying that this is what has to happen, but also that there are civil society organizations that are enabled, that there is academic approach with data and with very clear understanding that is needed, but also that the private sector and the actual, whether that's producers, whether that's the cyber companies or whoever, actually really takes that into account in their work. And I think this is where the again, what our societies are about when we speak about challenges by authoritarian states to the rules-based international order. One of the answers very much is this whole society approach, and whole society is whole society. It's not just half of the population. whole society in private sector, whole society in all the challenges, whole society in civil military approach, and the best skills, the best responses, the best knowledge, the best integration, but also understanding that there are gender-specific aspects, especially to women, and such as we discussed with regard to mediation or peace building, where women do approach and see things differently, and their experience, knowledge, and expertise is just needed. So that for me is the most important, because the societies, our democratic societies, and not only those, they are really changing. It's not anymore, you know, very much, you know, government-driven type of world we live in. The private sectors, the NGOs, academia play as important role. And when I look at our ambassadors here, I don't think they would have reached the top where they are now. Have they always thought, oh, I'm a woman, you know, I will try a little bit my hand in the diplomacy. Let's see whether I succeed, right, ambassador? You're the best, right? So that's, I think, my wish to everyone. Just let's see, you know, what is the best we can do, and just do it.
Thank you. Gunda?
Well, since all my life I'm sitting on 2 chairs, also in academia, in answering this question, I will take the role of professor and refer to the School of Social Constructivism here. And why? Because also here I would say that the real barriers actually are in our minds. And I will explain what I mean with that. I referred to social hierarchies in my first intervention. We all know about stereotypes and deep-rooted, you know, not only beliefs, but also deep-rooted behavior patterns. And I will give you one really, it's not funny, it's disturbing example. If you look at the Eurobarometer sociological surveys, then there was a special survey conducted in regard to gender equality in the EU societies. And so citizens were asked about, is it correct or not that both parents actually should take care equally for children, and also when they're sick at home. And of course the results are really beautiful and nice, because the whole society understands that that's the correct pattern of behavior. And then if you look at the data of our Central Bureau of Statistics here, and if you take data that actually reflect, because in our statistics actually you can find a lot of information. And if you look which part of the society actually stays at home and receives those compensations for the sickness leave when children are sick, then unfortunately I don't remember exact numbers, but some more than 80%, of course, these are women. Therefore, this is in our heads. We know the right answers, but our behavior somehow contradicts to them. So this is my answer to your question.
Thank you very much. Melanie?
When you speak about keeping momentum, there's two ways I see things going in a crisis like this. There are, it's either an opportunity to push the agenda forward. And we've seen, we had a visit from the Ministry of Interior a while back, one of their deputy ministers and the deputy chief of the National Patrol Police. And they talked about how they are not willing to cede an inch of ground in the reforms that they've made since 2014 on integration of women. And they're seeing the value of it, as they are some of the first teams to push into newly liberated territories, and seeing the benefit of having these diverse teams, how they're able to engage with the population, but also the resilience within the team that comes from that. And that deputy chief of police, he said, we don't have the luxury of inequality right now. So there are some that will really see it as as a way to build momentum. The flip side of that is those who think that in a crisis like this, there's no time to think about things like gender. Gender advisors are a side project that we'll get back to once things stabilize. And we really have to push back about that, against that, because this is such a gendered war. And it's not just about doing better for women. Putting that gendered lens on this will increase their ability, their combat effectiveness on the ground, the overall operational effectiveness, and ability to defend for their whole society. When you talk about how do we keep that momentum, I think it comes down to really preserving democracy and democratic institutions while you're fighting for democracy, because there is risk there as things get really, really tense. There's risk of centralizing control, limiting the people who are making decisions, and we need so strongly to support civil society and free media, because those are the groups that will hold our governments to account even during these crisis periods. Women coming out of this war, the things that really boost your credibility and your confidence is experience. And I mean, women are coming out of this with such life experience, skills. They are going to, without a doubt, keep the momentum going as they take a new place. When you talk about power sharing, no doubt things are going to look different on the other side of this around the world, and not just in Ukraine with what we're seeing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Thank you very, very much to, I believe, excellent examples of the values encompassed in the Women, Peace and Security agenda, women leaders that are not only here in the panel but also in the room. Thank you very, very much for your time. Thank you very much for the insightful remarks. And I think that I'm leaving this room with a sense of being really inspired. And I think this is a topic around which very idealistic and inspired people work around. So I hope we can all continue working together for the full implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And I'm also tasked with introducing the next panel that is going to be moderated by Una Alexandra Berzinyacherenkova. It starts in half an hour, so 2:30, and the title is The Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic, Same but Different. So please stay tuned both online and here in presence. And I wish you all a successful day and also a lovely upcoming festive season. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dames und kungi, welcome back from the break. And it is my honor and my pleasure to take over from my colleagues just now after a splendid panel. And today, my task is quite wide because I will be taking you over the world's oceans. So our topic today is the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic, same but different. And please allow me to introduce our three speakers. We have Ambassador Volker Stanzel, who is the Executive Board and Senior Distinguished Fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. He tweets at STVIL, so you're welcome to follow. Ambassador Stanzel is the former ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Japan and China, and also a former political director at the ministry. We have Tomas Janilunas, who is a full professor at the Institute of International Relations and Political Science at the University of Vilnius. He tweets at Tomas Janilunas, and he has actually been doing his research at the university as a full professor since 2015 and lecturing since 2003. His PhD is in political science. Welcome, Thomas. And we also have Axel Norderstam, who is an associate fellow at the Swedish Institute of International Affairs. His Twitter is at Axel Norderstam. He's an associate fellow at the UI Asia program. He focuses on India, and I would especially like to bring to your attention that Axel in 2021 was listed as top 40 under 40 Europe-India leaders. So it's great to have him here with us. And Axel is a PhD candidate in international relations. And my name is Una Alexandra Berzin-Cherenkov. I will be your moderator today. I run the Asia program right here at the Latvian Institute of International Affairs. Now, during the iconic speech in 2007, Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, the speech Confluence of the Two Seas, the one that he made at the Parliament of the Republic of India, he said, by Japan and India coming together in this way, the broader Asia will evolve into an immense network spanning the entirety of the Pacific Ocean, incorporating the United States of America and Australia. Open and transparent, this network will allow people, goods, capital, and knowledge to flow freely. It's been 15 years. And perhaps this positive agenda is being outshadowed by one very strong word, security. The security agenda in the Indo-Pacific is becoming more and more pertinent. And that leads us to the inevitable comparison with the transatlantic. We also know that NATO has turned its gaze to the Indo-Pacific in its most recent documents, and also in the conversations that we've been having. So where do we stand today? What are the differences? What are the similarities? And what should we expect? Please allow me to give the floor first to Volker with the broader differences and similarities to set up the framework for today. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you, Una, and thanks to the Latvian Institute of International Affairs and to Friedrich-Ebert Stiftung to have me to discuss with you an issue which is increasingly important to all of us, at the latest since this year, obviously, but as your quote from Prime Minister Abe showed, since a few years back already. Now, as you've said, before we go into specificities, let me try to maybe compare the two regions in a broader sense, because I think 2 points are important. For one, there are similarities between the Indo-Pacific region and the Euro-Atlantic region, and there are differences. That's obvious. But I think that the main differences outweigh the similarities by far. So I'll mention a number of aspects that I mean in concrete terms. So one is that, of course, we're talking about China. Compared to the impact the appearance of a new superpower has on the region, everything else pales. And that is also, I think, the major reason for that move towards greater cohesion also in security affairs that you've been alluding to. Greater cohesion among at least some Indo-Pacific players. India, you mentioned it, Vietnam, definitely Australia, and Japan, certainly. And the reasons that they want to create that greater cohesion or cohesiveness is a kind of what nowadays we like to call a new Cold War. Now, Cold War, obviously not between India and Japan or what, but we only talk about it when we talk about China and the United States. Now, the difference between the superpower of the old Cold War, that's the USSR, and China is that China is part of interconnected trading-founded regional exchange structures, which are profitable to all, China and the others, in various ways. Of course, the USSR also was involved in international economic exchange, from which it benefited, but it never became a driving force of connectivity, of the creation of supply chains, not to mention technological innovation, in the way now China is doing that today. And then in the Euro-Atlantic region, we have the EU, and we have the transatlantic relationship, which, however, is more part of the globalized international system, including the trading system, obviously. Compare that to the Indo-Pacific. Here, players in the region, I think, have experienced modernization-based economic growth, and they have thus come to build sub-regional networks, ASEAN, obviously, but also the CPTPP and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership created by China, and a number of free trade agreements that China has initiated. Now, all of these constructs want and need that their interests be, let's say, integrated into the new multilateral security constructions, organizations, which in some ways, but by far not totally, parallel the economic organizations. That's AUKUS, that's the cooperation between Korea and Japan and the United States and others. And lastly, while we have conflicts between the countries of the Euro-Atlantic, I don't think we need to mention them. While we have those differences between some states involved in that new Indo-Pacific structures in governance, economic orientation, and the relationships to states and structures outside the region, foremost the US, but also European countries, EU countries, and the UK mainly. They cause frictions among them: Pakistan, India, Indonesia, Australia, Japan, Korea, North Korea, South Korea, North Korea. And to come to my second point, various factors are there which I think tend to make the situation volatile and also potentially dangerous. And these are that major players are at least partly involved in geostrategically oriented policies outside of the region. And these impact their policies inside the region. So Japan-Taiwan relationship, the Japan-Australia, Vietnam, India relationship, and I mentioned the India-Pakistan relationship. Next, China, that unpredictable, and some say, look at the new security strategy of Japan, maybe a dangerous superpower in the region. China has ambitions far beyond its regional interests. So competition with the US, dominance in Eurasia. What about Europe with the 16+1 and others? Now, almost unavoidably, other regional players whose ambitions are focused much more on the near neighborhood, that is the Indo-Pacific region, they may be drawn, I'm afraid, into conflicts that have actually nothing to do with their original interests. Only think about the most dangerous of such cases that we presently have on our plate, which is the Taiwan conflict. Now, lastly, players in the region do not constitute a homogeneous group. They're far from a situation like we have it in the EU. They also compete with each other, much more than is the case in Europe among European countries, or even between the US and Europe. That tends to make the situation significantly more dangerous than we would even dream of in the Euro-Atlantic region. And by that, I mean even armed conflicts between countries of the region cannot be excluded in the way we would exclude them in Europe, Ukraine notwithstanding. But I think we agree that this is a different and specific case. So, to come to my conclusion, while we see efforts toward greater cohesion in the Indo-Pacific, also in security aspects, mainly caused by the impact of China's role, while we see these efforts, we have to analyze the possibilities of greater cooperation from the perspective of taking into account the differences, which are important factors between that region and our own, the Euro-Atlantic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, let me please go to Axel to lead us into the discussion of the Indo-Pacific and maybe to take us on a journey regarding the broader thinking around EU's Indo-Pacific strategy. What is that? Why are we suddenly all adopting an Indo-Pacific mindset here in Europe?
Thank you very much for posing that question and also for inviting me to the panel. Great to be with you digitally. So let me put forward a proposition here, namely that the Indo-Pacific is no longer just a combination of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, the Indo-Pacific, as the Japanese Prime Minister Abe called it back in 2007, as you started off the panel with. But nowadays it comes with a meaning, and that meaning, in my point of view, is comprised by three elements: the Indo-Pacific as a region, and the Indo-Pacific as a concept, and the Indo-Pacific as a debate. So let me elaborate and take you through this and my thinking about this. First of all, the Indo-Pacific captures a region. It's a term for a new geography, quite far away from Europe. There's no consensus among global actors about the scope of the region, but it's wider than the Asia-Pacific. Some view the Indo-Pacific as the new framing of the Asia-Pacific, but actually the number of countries that we include are different. And another difference is also that most people associate the Indo-Pacific as a maritime domain, as it's a matter of the oceans, whereas others actually also acknowledge that the Indo-Pacific deals with both maritime and land space. So it's not completely set here, but it's clearly a region. There we have consensus. But second, the Indo-Pacific as a concept. This concept captures the global power shifts that we're seeing from the West to the East. It's about the rise of Asia, the growing geopolitical importance of events quite far away from the West. But at the same time, the US and Europe have indeed high stakes here for our prosperity, for our security, that are highly linked to the developments in the Indo-Pacific, which Ambassador just alluded to as well. And here it's important to remember that the Indo-Pacific, the framing of the Indo-Pacific, really highlights India's position and importance to the region in another way than the Asia-Pacific used to do in the past. Third, the Indo-Pacific as a growing foreign policy debate among strategic thinkers. And when I look at the debate, I see a growing strategic debate about the Indo-Pacific in various capitals, think tanks, universities all around the world, in which the idea of the Indo-Pacific is developed. And I think this is one of the reasons why a number of global actors are sharing their views on the Indo-Pacific and trying to shape what we really put into it. We have seen a number of strategies and guidelines published and visions by actors, ASEAN, Australia, Canada, just a couple of days ago. France, the European Union, India, Japan, the US. So there's clearly a foreign policy environment that actors cannot ignore. So this is what I mean with the Indo-Pacific as a region, as a concept, and a debate. So for the European Union, the response to this was actually quite member states driven. There was a group of EU member states that took the lead. France was the first EU member states to publish an Indo-Pacific strategy, mostly with the argument that there was French territory in the region and thereby France was a residential power. But Germany quickly followed afterwards and published guidelines, put a bit of everything into this new framing of its Asia policy. And the Netherlands also followed on. So with this set of key EU member states, they took the lead towards also an EU strategy on the Indo-Pacific. So following Council conclusions last year, the European Indo-Pacific strategy was released in September last year. And here I think there's clearly a China factor that influenced the debate. But this takes the form in different ways, because the title of the European Indo-Pacific strategy is very telling. It's not a strategy that is confronting China. It's actually called the EU Strategy for Cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. So one can say that the EU's approach here is a partnership approach. It's about building partnerships with partners in the region. When this strategy was published, there was a debate among European strategic thinkers and think tankers that really shaped this document. And some saw it as an opportunity to already increase the engagement in the region. The strategy would enable Europeans to diversify. Some argued. Others saw it as a necessity, that it was time for the European Union to wake up and actually talk contemporary foreign policy with our key Indo-Pacific partners, such as Japan, India, the US, and ASEAN. But there were also some skeptics saying that it's basically too extensive and too loose. And this fear about great power competition in the Indo-Pacific between the new two superpowers, the US and China, there was a widespread fear that great power competition would escalate in the region and would spill over to Europe. And that was the main reason why the EU strategy on the Indo-Pacific is partnership-driven rather than confrontational. But here it's also, of course, important to note that the EU's approach is highly positive to transatlantic cooperation, and European foreign policymakers that have been surveyed about the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy are also highly positive to cooperation with the US, Japan, India, Australia. So this is the broader thinking about the Indo-Pacific that we must take into account. And the question now is really for Europeans to focus on the implementation of the strategy, to put our money where our mouth is. And I think a wise way to do so would be to think about the Indo-Pacific as a region, but also as a concept and a debate that we engage in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, from describing, indeed, in an excellent frame, the Indo-Pacific mindset as a region concept, and I would say strategic narrative as at the basis of that, and a debate, let us move to the debate. Now, we have an interesting case here of a transatlantic state, very transatlantically minded EU integrated member state that has become, in a certain way, a voice in the Indo-Pacific debate and has been looking towards a certain policy, or at least has increased its presence in the region. So let us please invite Thomas to comment on that. And that state, of course, is Lithuania, our southern neighbor. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Una, and thank you for Latvian Institute of International Affairs for organizing this event. It's my great pleasure to join this discussion. So good afternoon, dear colleagues. Speaking about European perspective on Indo-Pacific region, I think China is indeed the most urgent issue the European Union has to decide on. to find a clear position how to deal with China. And I totally agree with Axel about this China's factor, which is driving the broader strategy towards the Indo-Pacific region. In the European Union, of course, there is a broad spectrum of different attitudes towards China and different perspectives on how to deal with China's economic and trade power. We have Germans whose Chancellor Scholz sees China's important trade partner. We have France, where Emmanuel Macron sees China as a potential threat, especially in the technology sector. We have Czechs who intensify bilateral relations with Taiwan, and so on. And here I would like shortly to explain the Lithuanian case, more specifically, Lithuania's drive to decouple from China. Lithuania, I think, is on the most radical side of the spectrum by choosing a posture of almost complete decoupling from China. And let me remind some basic facts. In the spring of 2021, Lithuanian government was the first which announced leaving the so-called 17+1 initiative. Just a few months later, Lithuanian parliament prohibited Chinese companies from developing a 5G network in Lithuania. And of course, the boldest move was made in November last year, when a representative office of Taiwan was opened in Vilnius. And the title of the office was chosen as Taiwanese Representative Office in Vilnius, instead of the more typical Taipei's representative office. And of course, this triggered a really harsh reactions from China. Beijing downgraded the status of its diplomatic representation in Lithuania. Lithuanian exports to China were almost completely blocked, with more than 90% of the usual flow of goods prevented from entering the Chinese market. However, what was the most worrying, Chinese companies threatened to block exports from other EU companies when they contain components of Lithuanian origin. So-called secondary sanctions were about to introduce on Lithuanian and European Union business. So while Lithuania took this quite radical position toward China, knowing about the most likely retaliation and what consequences this conflict produced. First of all, that's just explaining what the Lithuanian government was thinking about. The new government of Lithuania, formed back in 2020 from the Conservative Party and two smaller liberal parties, was clearly intended to choose so-called politics of values instead of pragmatic business-oriented interests. And decoupling from China, diversification of trade towards other countries in the Indo-Pacific region was declared as one of the priorities of Lithuanian foreign policy. Not the last argument was also an intention to support the United States in its increasing confrontation with China and to become a kind of, I would say, a flagship in this pro-American camp when it comes to opposing any kind of authoritarian regimes, be it Russia, Belarus, or China. And regarding the consequences, the most important result, in my opinion, is the elevation of debates inside the European Union on what to do with China. Due to Chinese intentions to go for secondary sanctions on Lithuania, the EU requested WTO dispute consultations in January this year. And later, Taiwan, Australia, Canada, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States also requested to join this WTA's consultations on this case. So the European Commission also was urged to move faster with so-called anti-coercion instrument that would allow the European Union to respond more effectively to economic sanctions on EU members, as Lithuania was the most recent example of such coercion by China. The European Parliament also has adopted several resolutions with very strong critics to China. And what was especially notable, the very first time, a special resolution on the relationship with Taiwan. In other words, I think Lithuania decoupling from China created a kind of new momentum in reshaping the EU relationship with China, or at least increasing the temperature and trying to fasten some decisions regarding what to do in China in the future. And the most important lesson was that China, despite all its efforts, was not able to change anything. Actually, Lithuania didn't change the title of Taiwanese representative office, opened its own trade office in Taipei just a month ago, reoriented trade from China to other countries of the region, especially placing emphasis on trade to some new markets like Australia, Malaysia, and some other, and even increased the volume of export this year. So, and remains one of the most vocal critics of China's Chinese authoritarian regime. So, I will stop maybe here, and I'm looking forward for continuing our discussion, but just wanted to stress that this case of Lithuania's of course, it's a good example how even a small state can contribute to much broader debate on the EU level, and even to initiate a kind of momentum in the broader strategies towards Indo-Pacific region and specifically towards China itself. So thank you.
Thank you. And Thomas's intervention got me thinking, you know, because Volker, so this is going to be a question for you. You outlined splendidly that the differences outweigh the similarities, and yet here, being in Europe, we kind of have to keep both in mind. So there are two schools of thoughts, right? There are some who say that China is a regional challenge, so it is kind of an Indo-Pacific, or rather Asia-Pacific question, and China is only trying to, you know, challenge the US or the other way around, as long as it has to do with China's immediate vicinity, right? Then there's the other school of thought that says that China is a global challenger, that it is the climate change of international politics, that it is a systemic issue that we will all have to face, no matter insert the name of the ocean here, right? So my question to you, given that given Thomas's intervention, is where do you stand on this debate? Is China a regional or a global challenge? And is it a transatlantic issue as well then? We do not hear you yet.
You should hear me now.
And we hear you perfectly. Please.
Great. Now, there's a remark that Thomas made, which I think shows us an important similarity between the two regions in the Pacific and Euro-Atlantic. And it shows us also that China is far from just a regional challenge, is much more concerning both countries in the Pacific and countries in the Euro-Atlantic region. And that is the remark Thomas made about the fact that when China imposed sanctions on exports from Lithuania, also companies in other European countries were affected if they used components produced in Lithuania. Now, this shows, I think, a much greater problem or phenomenon. While we usually say, well, Germany has this large trade exchange with China and it's the biggest partner of China in the EU, it makes us think or assume quite naturally that you have to see one European country beside the other and then compare their trade exchange or economic exchange with China. While reality is that companies in Europe are immensely interconnected and interrelated. And one product which Germany might export to China may contain components from Lithuania, from France, from Greece, wherever. And there is a large number, and I'm still struggling finding out that exact figure. There's a large number anyway of European countries that have enterprises that sort of piggyback on German companies, so that when you go to China, you find enterprises that, German companies that produce, let's say Volkswagen, produce in China, but the components they use are exported from, let's say, Lithuania or from other countries into China to go into the cars which Volkswagen then produces. Now, obviously, we have this very similar situation in the Indo-Pacific, foremost with Japan, which plays a role which is very similar to the one that Germany plays in Europe. And secondly, with other countries, companies in the Indo-Pacific region, ASEAN, but also in India, I would guess, where they intertwine their production processes, so that in the end, you have an end product which may go to China and be assembled, finally assembled in China, or go directly from, let's say, Thailand or India, so to other countries, but contains components from all across the region. So that, I think, is an enormous similarity. The way in which all the national economies of the countries of the two regions are actually focused towards China and thus become dependent on China. That is, I think, an enormous similarity. Not only that, it shows that the effect of whatever China does and decides is not just a regional phenomenon. It doesn't concern only the Indo-Pacific or only Europe. No, it contains much more. It contains at least those two regions, but as probably we should see, it also affects the relationship of China to the United States.
I bit my tongue when I was asking a question to you because I really wanted to stop myself from asking a Germany-related question. But thank you for taking it there anyway. It's like you read my mind. Now, ladies and gentlemen in the public, dear colleagues, I apologize that up to this point you have been just watching at me interacting with the screen. I'm very well aware that you are present, and we are looking forward to your questions as well in 15 minutes. So 15 minutes before the panel ends, we'll be taking your questions. So please do not leave me hanging here. I'm giving you a good time to think about some questions. Now, Axel, I think it was very interesting when you outlined this positive agenda points when it comes to this EU outlook on the Indo-Pacific, but I find one of your points I find particularly valuable is that you are saying that this is kind of, maybe I misread you, sorry for putting words in your mouth, you're welcome to correct me, but from what I understand is your argument is that the Indo-Pacific framework is kind of a source for dialogue with key partners across the globe rather than sort of a hub and spoke situation where we have the US creating minilateral security, ad hoc groupings, perhaps somewhere coalitions of the willing or coalitions of the yeah okays. So I would like you to maybe to pull on that point a little bit. So this is almost like sometimes we look at it as a divisive and perhaps a problematic concept, but from what I understand your argument is that this is in fact a way for us to interact with partners in, with Japan, with Australia. So could you pull that thread a little bit? And of course, if you have any reactions to what the colleagues just said, you're welcome to disagree or agree, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And actually, you understand me quite accurate in my point of view. The reason why I think about the Indo-Pacific in this way is also linked to how I see the broader Indo-Pacific debate among those really active in the region itself. I remember interacting with people in Delhi a couple of years ago, and I'm constantly in touch with think tankers across. And it strikes me that the Indo-Pacific has become a part of the foreign policy agenda in a way that it serves as a dialogue forum. Of course, you have all those trilaterals and issue-based coalitions that operate there in the broader framework. Quad is an excellent example of that, I think, but also those but also coalitions that are very much linked to specific issues, such as the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. So you have those on the one hand, but at the strategic level, when actors are planning for the future, when they are really thinking about what kind of decade are we about to have, then the Indo-Pacific keeps on popping up. It keeps on being this broader thinking that to me very much reminds me about my reading about Europe after the Second World War, when back then there was the question of like planning the continent, planning for peace, planning for connecting the region with other actors. And now what we are seeing since 15 years ago is this growing connectivity among actors in Asia and also among actors that want to engage in this environment, that really wants to be part of the Indo-Pacific future. So yes, I see it as a dialogue builder. And maybe to respond a little bit about to the example of Lithuania, because I think it's a really interesting case, and it also touches a little bit about how Lithuania responds to of course, China as a main factor. But I also see this as a broader trend in the EU-India track with the EU's relationship with India, because there Lithuania has sought closer ties with India. India opened up a new embassy or announced that it will open up a new embassy earlier this year. I'm not sure if it operates yet. But this comes, but the Lithuanian turn to India as a substitute or really follows a European trend that it's no longer just the largest member states across the European Union that see closer relationships with India, but it's actually a trend all across. And we have studied this at UI, and that paper is available online for anyone who wants to see how small and medium-sized member states engage with India. It's both bilateral and also through the EU level. And when we studied that, it's actually we found that it was more linked to the business opportunities in India and India's global weight as a global power than the China factor. But that study and the main analysis there is a year old now. And I think the China factor is stronger now than it was when we conducted that. So that's a quick reaction. Thanks.
A quick follow-up on this before we move to Thomas. But wouldn't you say it's also quite dangerous to perhaps oversell India as a substitute, or Taiwan for that matter? I think the business communities are a little bit weary of this, that we're sometimes, and then on top of that, just to play the devil's advocate here, India has a very quote unquote independent foreign policy, let's say, right? It's very pillar-based rather than aligned. So, and it's no secret that even among the other Quad partners, there's been some discussion on India's position regarding some of the issues. So, how do we work around that?
Yeah, that's the key question for everyone. How do you find this balance?
Probably you're asked this at every panel, and I apologize, but
yeah.
It's the token India question.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the main aspect here is to really understand and build capacity about India, build knowledge about what does Indian foreign policy actually imply, because it's sometimes more in line with the US than we might think, than we might expect. The US, after all, is India's main partner to combat, to actually secure itself. India is surrounded by two major enemies, and the main strategic challenge for India is China, just as it is for the US. And that is really worth keeping in mind when thinking about India. I quite often hear the business community's concerns when it comes to unpredictable environment in India. This is not just something that I hear from the business sector in one country across Europe, but also in different ones. it seems to have changed a little bit in a positive way in the last couple of years, but there's still a high degree of uncertainty, and the business sector is clearly not fully there in terms of leaving China and replacing India. I think the broader trend across Asia is rather that small and medium sized enterprises and also the larger companies are considering a number of different options when it comes to decrease their dependency on China, and also to overcome the overdependency on China. It's about what the term is: Vietnam, Thailand. Some considered India as well. But I think for the broader business community, what they are waiting for is the progress in the trade negotiations with India, where we've had 3 rounds this year, and there are some optimistic calls about that an FTA could be inked by the end of next year, but I'm not fully convinced that that will be the case. I think it's going to be a long conversation.
Thank you. And as you may have noticed, this panel does not feature any future-related questions, so I'm not taking you there. I know how complicated it is for an analyst when you're asked a future-related question. Thomas, now, to go back to the Lithuanian example, I want to ask you, yes, of course, on the surface, we did see a lot of EU unity, but we do know that in some of the corridors within Brussels, there were voices raised regarding Lithuania's position, right? And so my question to you is, given that we are in Riga today, how do you assess the Baltic response? Did you expect something else? Do you think this is enough? And I of course mean the withdrawal, the halting the participation in China's cooperation format with Central and Eastern Europe during Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, but still talking about that. In the same statement, both Latvia and Estonia mentioned that they do not have any problem with bilateral cooperation with the People's Republic of China and with 27+1 EU-based common cooperation. How do you assess this position?
Well, regarding the common position of the Baltic states, I would say it was quite expected, looking from Vilnius perspective, that of course Estonia and Latvia would not follow by the same example as Lithuania did, but still the very tendency and the very direction is almost the same. As you said already, Estonia and Latvia also announced that they see no future, no rational cause to continue this initiative by China, I mean 17+1. And by this, it's also both Latvia and Estonia show a kind of solidarity to Lithuania. But when it comes to the more broader solidarity on the EU level, of course, there was quite a different response from some capitals just trying to, to raise questions. What Lithuanians you are doing? Why are you risking our relationship with China, and especially our trade relations with China? Because Lithuania was, in one sense, it was lucky having only a small fracture of export coming to China. It was less than 1% of total export which went to China just in 2021. So for Lithuania, it was quite easy to decouple from China in this respect. Some other countries in the European Union, of course, has no such privilege to be on such a hard conflict with China in economic terms. But when we speak about some political position, I also see some signs of solidarity coming from European institutions, especially from European Parliament. it is more brave by announcing more harsh critics toward China than, for example, European Commission, which has to make some compromises, which has to take into account very different positions from European Union countries. But still, even by this introducing on so-called anti-coercion instrument, which should allow to respond to such a kind of sanctions coming from third countries like China or Russia or whatever. So you are still making a step into towards direction of a common position, I would say. And this is, of course, a long way to go. And of course, to find a compromise, it's a very difficult job to do. But I get that European Union, sooner or later, will place itself on the side where Euro-Atlantic community should place. And it should side it with United States when it comes to a kind of response to authoritarian regimes, to a kind of response to neglecting rules of democracy, of free trade, and so on. So, in this sense, I think that European Union just started this path of finding a common position and common solidarity, but it sooner or later it will come to a common position.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I promised, and also to our audience online, we welcome your questions. Please, sir. Let's start with you, then you, sir, and then you, sir. Please introduce yourself.
Maris Graudinch, Progressive Party Foreign Policy Group in Latvia. My question is to Professor Janeliūnas. I commend Lithuania's admirable stand in terms of a principled foreign policy in the Taiwan Foreign Trade Office case. And you mentioned that it was a contribution to global debate by a small country, and I think this is, as I mentioned, admirable. But on the other hand, is it not also a contribution to a certain amount of chaos in European Union foreign policy? Wouldn't it have been better to consult in advance with centralized Brussels foreign policy institutions to have a united European Union response and policy in this case?
Excellent, thank you. I think this question is so punchy that Thomas should respond immediately before we move on to other topics. Please.
Yes. To be short, I'm personally was also in a position to criticize our governmental tactics about this decision. And as far as I know, there really was a lack of coordination before this decision. And I would say if more efforts would be given to at least in advance to speak with European Union representatives, and even with the Americans as well, there would be much more coherent response to this China challenge, I would say. So this was, in my personal opinion, it was really a tactical disadvantage for Lithuania not to speak enough to our partners in European Union, not to prepare them for such kind of escalation with China. And that costs even a popularity for our government as well domestically in Lithuania, because population, the society of Lithuania was also not ready for this kind of escalation. And some business companies which were trading with China was also not ready to this kind of challenge. So in this, with this regard, I would say the tactical approach was far from most optimal. And of course, I totally agree that this preparedness, the level of preparedness on the European Union level could be much better.
Thank you. So Lithuania adopted an act now and it's rather to ask for forgiveness rather than permission approach here, and we're very interested in seeing how that has played out. Please, sir, right there. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Yasushi Takase. I'm the ambassador of Japan here in Latvia. Well, thank you very much for very insightful opinions. My question goes to Ambassador Stanzel. Well, today, you three had a very good discussion from a broader view. But how do you see the security issues? There are similarities or differences? Well, as you already mentioned, we are quite diversified in that sense, and it would be difficult to have a defense organization, single defense organization like NATO in Asia Pacific. But we are saying that the security issues in Europe and the security issues in the Pacific are not separable, because anywhere we should not admit any attempts to change the status quo by force, or any attempts to undermine the rule-based international order. So how do you see the security issues between Europe and in the Pacific?
Thank you. From one ambassador to another, please.
Yes, thank you. Before I reply to the ambassador's question, let me just make a remark on the Lithuanian question that was just discussed. I mean, the recklessness of Lithuania's decision made sure that it succeeded in its policies. Had it tried to coordinate its Taiwan policy with all the other member states, I think we can be sure the Lithuanian government would have been dissuaded from its intention on the naming of the representative office. And I must also admit, as a German here, that there are a number of other EU countries, including mine, who at times do not coordinate their policies among other member states, with other member states, also knowing that they would never get a consensus if they tried to achieve such coordinated policies. So I said recklessness, but I must say I'm full of understanding why at this time the Lithuanian government acted as it did. But to the other question, which is an extremely important one, dear colleague, I think, first of all, we have this tendency to talk about security, to take measures, create institutions, sort of institutions like the Quad or AUKUS in the Indo-Pacific region, because China is considered a threat. And in the security strategy paper that your government has just issued, China is not called a threat, but the way the formulation goes, it is quite clear that it is considered a potential threat. And if it wasn't, we would have none of the security discussions we presently have in the Indo-Pacific. But yes, you're right, the divergences, differences of opinion among the states in the region are still so great that it is impossible to imagine something like NATO in the Indo-Pacific region at this point in time. We might have one if we had a crisis, which we cannot hope for. If we had a conflict over, let's say, Taiwan, that's what everybody discusses now, I think we would have very soon much greater cohesion among the other countries in the region, aside from China, obviously. But that is something we cannot hope for. That is why I assume the discussion to which the Japanese security strategy is one contribution. And there are many others, and there have been many others, also from Australia, also from the United States. also from the other Asian countries of the region. It is, as I see it, an ongoing and progressing discussion with more and more countries trying to come to terms with what they consider as something akin to a threat emanating from China. Obviously, also here, there are differences in the evaluation of what China does actually mean for the region. But I think we are in a phase of gradually coming together on an increasingly common position, which, to again mention former Prime Minister Abe that Uno introduced before, I think it was Prime Minister Abe who kicked off this process, very much in the spirit of the time at those days, and I think very successful if we consider what has been happening since. But it is a slow progress, still better than having a crisis which would force us to come together quicker.
Thank you. I hope it was to your satisfaction, Your Excellency. Please, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Johannes Wiedemann, NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence. I would like to ask Axel Nordenstam to comment on the following statement. So what connects Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific? Yeah, look on the map, it's the Eurasian landmass. So what we see right now is another iteration of the old game that the West is well advised to prevent any single power dominating the Eurasian landmass. End of statement.
Please, Axel.
Yeah, thank you very much for that precise statement, allowing me to. We could happily talk about this later as well, but when it comes to the main aspects that connects the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific is, of course, that both regions face global challenges. It faces security challenges that are both traditional and also non-traditional. We have talked a lot about the main common threat, that is China. But I think we should also address the non-traditional challenges that are facing the Euro-Atlantic community and the Indo-Pacific. And there we can talk a lot and collaborate going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, I think this was a very interesting discussion from the perspective that we are all Europeans, and yet we somehow did cover both sides of the Eurasian landmass. And I think what has come out today from our speakers is that the new reality in the Indo-Pacific has made us rethink, or is making us rethink as Europeans, three aspects. First of all, we have to rethink economy, interdependence versus shockproofing. Another thing that came up was that we have to rethink security. Water-based naval logic comes in more and more. We also see China stocking up on that. And third of all, and perhaps that's the most worrisome for us Europeans, is that we have to rethink international norms because we might be experiencing a shift in the global order here. Now, this is only the beginning because we have another panel coming up. At 4 o'clock, we're going to have a panel, Security in the Baltic Sea region, after the upcoming NATO enlargement, and it will be presented and moderated by our fellow colleague journalist, Ansis Bogustov. So please stay here, but meanwhile, please allow me to thank our speakers and our audience, both here and online.
Thank you. Thank you.
see it. So thank you very much for joining this kind of third part, but in the same time, those who are following us online and maybe in the recorded version are probably happy to know that we are here almost annually, almost with hot topics, and actually I think it is a hot topic for us, for Baltic countries here at this side of the Baltic Sea. The big question of will it increase the security feelings or realities or maybe some other things we can list since there is the big upcoming enlargement of a NATO and 2 more Baltic countries will join, Sweden and Finland. I know they hate when we call them kind of Baltic countries. No, they are not. They are different, of course, but we are happy to call them countries around the Baltics. And we are happy also to meet here 3 also very valuable researchers. Let's start with ladies. Kristīne Bērziņa. She's a senior fellow for security and defense policy in German Marshall Fund. Hello, Kristīne, just say hello so we can be sure.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you very well. Thank you very much. And Mr. Jari Vilen is a Finland's ambassador to Barents and North Dimension of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. And this gives us a little thinking of what we will talk about since, yes, it is also a hot topic. I think not only Baltics, but also Northern Dimension in larger scale. But also your good colleague Gints Jägerman is one of our Latvia's best ambassadors and former ambassador, but in the different levels in the UN, in Sweden, in Denmark, even in Moscow, by the way.
I was not ambassador in Moscow.
Well, anyway, this was a very important position, right? In
I'm
your
ambassador to Estonia. If you
yes,
want
I'm sorry, I didn't mention what a great country, Estonia. Gint, can I start with you because you are alive here and I can touch you with this kind of sense? I don't know if you share it or you deny it, but I think in this side of the Baltics, like us, small 3 Baltic countries, might have the feeling that, great, now it's Sweden's and Finland's job to take part of security guarantees of Baltics as well. So this is the best value what could happen. So do people other side of the Baltics you think might share our wishes?
Let's see how to respond to your interesting question. First, of course, if and when Sweden and Finland joins NATO, it will, of course, significantly improve security of the Baltic Sea region and also in the high north. That's obvious. Everyone knows it. Most people agree to that. Do we really expect them to take care of our security? We think they can contribute, but there is already well-established system how the Baltic countries should be defended. As you know, there are these 4 battle groups. Now there are more battle groups, but initially there were 4 battle groups since 2017, 1 in Poland, 1 in Lithuania, 1 in Latvia, and one in Estonia. So Finland and Sweden, in fact, they should have thought about joining NATO a long time ago, but it was not possible. And now, because of Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine, that seemed impossible just a few months ago, not a few months, now a year ago, let's say.
Almost, yeah.
All of a sudden became possible in just 3 months when Sweden and Finland radically changed their security posture.
But logically, you would agree. Not only radically, but also logically.
Being ambassador to Sweden, I often used to say to people who were willing to listen that if I were sitting in Moscow and reading Swedish security policy documents, I would realize that Sweden is on the wrong side. So technically they were not part of NATO, but but practically they were enemy of Russia anyway. So there was no point of waiting. But of course, history and traditions matter.
Okay, well now let's see how Christine Berzinger from Brussels. I understand you are in Brussels, right, Christine?
In Washington.
In Washington. Well, anyway, congratulations. Even though you are in Washington, maybe you will be even more realistic on, we call it kind of, wow, now it's secure. It will be like internal lake of NATO, this Baltic Sea. Wow, what a reality. But then there is a Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg, and there will always be this traffic, you know, in international waters. So, and Russia is going to provoke us, great Swedish and Finnish and Baltic and Polish and German nations. They will do it constantly every day. So how should we react? How should we actually?
Well, I think you're right that it's going to be a tremendous game changer to have Finland and Sweden join NATO. And I think in particular, when you do look at Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg, these are places where we can expect to see changes in the future. To have Finland and Sweden join, and let's hope that Turkey gets its act together as soon as possible, to have them join would, in the short term, already help with two very concrete things that matter also for Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg, which is the naval presence of both countries, which are very strong and very experienced, as well as air defense. So having the air forces that Finland and Sweden have complement very much more of the ground forces that have been improved, as Gates was saying, that since 2017, and having the battle groups. So this adds a missing puzzle piece. Now, what happens in Kaliningrad and in St. Petersburg after that? And after they come in, and as Russia decides to reconstitute its forces afterwards, from wherever we are and whenever we get to more of a stopping point in Ukraine. And Russia will have to think hard about whether it reconstitutes at the same level as before in these places, given that the Baltic will be different, or does it move some of its forces to other places, Kola, and that's where, for Ambassador Villand, I'm very interested in that dimension. How do we look at this as one area? It is, of course, the West and the North for Russia. How does that work in terms of a Baltic-Arctic trade-off? And yes, of course, these places will still be there, but how do they change? And these, Kaliningrad is not going to become demilitarized. St. Petersburg won't, but the S-300s that were near St. Petersburg were pulled and were moved to Ukraine. At the moment, there's far less presence than we had. That will change, that will evolve, but there's no reason to think it's going to be exactly as it was before. Finland and Sweden will need to be accounted for. And so together, as NATO, with Finland and Sweden in, we'll have to understand where those forces go, how the region responds to it, and have a very different daily security reality in the region. So I don't think there'll be a daily test in the Baltic, frankly. I think it's going to just feel very different in a couple of years.
Okay, very different. I think very different will be probably speeches of Finnish politicians, at least Sauli Niinistö. By the way, Ambassador, you have to know that your president is in Riga today, and he
I'm well aware.
And we were listening to him, and he made a very kind of strong statement. He told today here in Riga, we should not guarantee to Russia any guarantees like proposed by French president earlier. When talks will probably start with peace-solving reasons in between Ukraine and Russia. So, knowing a history of your country, Finlandization, I learned it even in the school. Now, how the tone of your country, how the attitude of your country being a big foreign player, because you're going to be a big part of big NATO, changes already or will change, knowing the fact how long is the border of Russia and your country?
Well, first of all, good afternoon from my side too, and the I sincerely hope that I will be able to complement the president's speeches and not contradict anything that he says, because then I'll be in trouble if I say something different. But I do believe that I can add a bit about what President also already said in there. And yes, you're right. The profound change, as already said, there's a profound change in our security policy assessment, and Finland will add 1,334 kilometers new border between the NATO and Russia. I thought it's 1,330, but somehow they find 4 more kilometers. But I'll try to find out where they are. Somewhere in the wilderness, I'm sure, where you can find them. But I think what President already said today in Riga, and what he's been saying before, mask has been fallen. The ugly truth is in front of us, and the unpredictability of Russians and unlimitedness, what Russia has been doing and is conducting currently in Ukraine is exposed to all of us. And I think it's fair to say that first time in our history, it is the people who decided that Finland should join the NATO, that it would be actually the additional security that we're looking for our future and our future generations, so to our children, in a situation when we have such an unpredictable neighbor as we have at the moment with the President Putin. But I think it's fair to say to you that while we are now looking for this additional security and we're doing it together with Sweden, Finland has never let the guards down. Let's be very frank, and President has been very frank with that. Since 1945, we've been preparing to defend our countries against the aggression from Russia. We never let our army to let down. We never scale down on activities or our strength. Today, Finland has one of the strongest armies that you can see in Europe. We have 890,000 men in reserve, including me. 890,000 men in reserve, and we have 280 of them as combat ready for support our borders and support our NATO alliance. And we have made enormous contributions and enormous increases to our defense budget, and we're doing that together with Sweden. If you're following the Finnish newspapers, you can see that we are making the purchases worth of roughly 700 million euros this year and 800 million next year. And as Christina said already, our combined forces that we can give to the Baltic security, to the Arctic security, but also broadly to the overall NATO security will be significant. Finland and Sweden together will be security contributors for all over the NATO. And we are willing and committed to do that. And we, as I said here, we are still waiting for the ratification from Turkey and Hungary. But let me be diplomatic and also optimistic. I think this time that we are forced to wait and we are still waiting has been also the learning process for Finland and Finnish citizens, that joining the alliance means security to us, but also security to what we provide to others, which means that we have also a lesson to learn, that we understand the concerns what Turkey has, for example, what concerns Spain has also, that our security is not just the eastern border, but it's security on the Mediterranean side, it's security in the Black Sea areas, etc., etc. So I think that has been a good learning lessons that we have. But as also Christina said here before, the situation has completely changed. And I think it's fair to say, as you started, we are talking in the future Mare Nostrum. The Baltic Sea is our sea. We will control it. We will define how it will be used, and that has forced Russia, and it will force Russia to reconsider its own position in a very profound manner. And that, of course, is another discussion that is waiting ahead to us. But let me finish by this first time by saying that at the current moment, we do not feel threatened. We have unpredictable neighbor, but at the moment, we do not feel threatened. And Russian response to our NATO membership actually has been surprisingly muted, both to the Sweden and Finland. How it will develop and what we will see in the future, I think depends very much what happens also in the further south from our borders.
When you say you don't feel being threatened, but on, let's say, second day of your real membership to NATO, I think I would expect your government sending telegram to the United States, to NATO, thank you very much, but would you please send a permanent basis to my country, because then we really don't feel threatened. Will it happen?
I don't believe so that will happen. Finland has informed that they have no restrictions, and we are not putting any restrictions to our NATO membership, which I think is a policy guideline that you will see also in the future. We're willing to contribute, we're willing to participate in all the elements of the NATO, including also building the NATO nuclear security policy. But at the moment, as I said, we don't feel threatened is also very realistic statement to say to you. The bases and troops what has been stationed close to Finnish borders or in your country's borders, they are fighting somewhere else, and Ukrainians are fighting for our freedom and our security every single day in there. So that's why I mean that we don't feel threatened immediately. I think the biggest threat what we have is exactly the unpredictableness of our neighbor and policies of Russia what we have. But we will be contributing to our utmost capacity. Finland is always been known for the fact that when we make the commitment, we will keep the commitment, and we are, as said, are willing, of course, to support also our neighbors in the Baltic states, as been mentioned in here. But also, as an ambassador said to you previously, there's also other plans, and in the due time, whatever defense plans we'll have will be decided together in the NATO structures, and then we'll see what kind of contribution we can give. It's quite evident, as said, we have very large land forces. Our air forces will be formidable. We also have a naval forces, but future will tell what kind of contribution we will actually be giving.
Of course, but Mr. Jägermani, I was hoping that Finns would ask for this immediately, and then it's easier for us also to ask these permanent bases, which was a kind of demand when we wondered what we would get from the previous NATO summit. So now we lost a kind of very strong argument. Why not to ask together it with the Finns for the next NATO summit?
No, I don't think that's the case. First of all, as Ambassador also mentioned, Finland has a very strong military force. If you look at the numbers, 280,000 people. It's 5% of the total population. If you put it on the Latvian landscape and map, I calculated it yesterday, and it turned out we would need 95,000 people in arms in Latvia. It's just to compare where Finland stands and Latvia is at this moment. Of course, it's too premature to say who and in what way is going to contribute in order to secure Nordic and Baltic area. The debate will start the moment Finland and Sweden will join, but we can see already some trends to that, and there are some interesting aspects to look at. First, when Sweden and Finland, they announced their application simultaneously, but the two processes were not so similar. Anyway, when they came to the conclusion that they would apply for NATO membership, Sweden immediately continued the trend that was obvious for a number of years. In 2014, when the Social Democratic government came to power in Sweden, then the defense minister, Peter Hultqvist, started to develop this called Hultqvist doctrine, which meant that Sweden was not going to join NATO, but they would want to secure bilateral security arrangements with the United States, United Kingdom, but of course increasingly with Finland. So Sweden and Finland were trying to increase their defense and military cooperation since then, and it has reached a new level. Then there is this Nordic cooperation, which has been in place, the so-called NORDEFCO, or Nordic Defense Cooperation Framework, and that's in place since 2009. But Sweden had two different security arrangements, one with Denmark and Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and the other one Sweden, Norway, Finland. So one can say that there is this a Nordic component. And if you look at the documents that Swedish Defense Forces submitted to the parliament recently, they, when talking about what kind of role Sweden might be playing in NATO, they also single out this Nordic component. So what we can see is that the Nordic countries are trying to form something together, which is already well developed. There is a tradition and knowledge and so on. So then you have the Baltic countries, somewhat separate, although both Finland, Sweden, Norway and Denmark, when they talk about these dramatic changes, they say that we need to more focus on the Baltic Sea security, the Baltic countries and so on. So we are at the beginning of the new debate. It's too early to say how, but one thing that Latvian side and the Baltic countries should be trying to make sure of is that the High North, the Baltic Sea security are looked as one theater. We don't need to split this into theaters, so there is a need for an increased cooperation, and this debate is just starting.
Okay, well, let's also start this debate in a sense of differences, which we should examine, but we will like understand it only when this will be reality. So, Christine, from your point of view, can we say that these being so long neutral country with their own, DNS in the brain of being neutral, this is the value up until, and then it happens. And this Finlandization, that gives a little bit of we have to see how active they will be, how do they really behave, do they share because they never had this immediate need for a great public needs to be in NATO. So it changes because of this war, not because of different natural willingnesses. Let's compare it with the Baltic countries. Majority of the people just knew we want to be in NATO. That's it. That's our main goal, since we gain independence. So do you think this is a kind of different type of family members, the new countries?
Well, I think they are different. They are different from each other. Also, I think we always put Finland and Sweden in the same basket, and they're not the same country. And the inclinations and the willingness to fight could be different also between the two. And so I think being a frontline state fundamentally has a different characteristic than not. And so I would put in terms of behavior, activity, Finland in a slightly different category than Sweden, although yes, under Hultqvist, there is a very different kind of history, of course, developing in Sweden, but the instincts and the muscles maybe are more exercised in Finland to have to respond to a crisis situation. You say these were neutral. My question, but I'm an analyst, right? So I don't speak on behalf of Finland, and we have someone here, but to what extent has Finland historically been neutral because it wanted to be neutral, or even just not a part of NATO because it wanted not to be part of NATO, or what of that was the best option given the circumstances and realities that were around it? The Winter War is incredibly well remembered in Finland in the many visits I've taken. And that much in the same way that in the Baltic states, there is a memory of when things are not good, that matters. So I think that in terms of willingness to take on a challenge, I have no questions, especially in Finland's case, about that. And this engagement with others, I mean, this is different, but it is I don't think we should be especially concerned about that. I mean, there's a difference. Something that is, Finland has incredible, the 280,000 fighting force. In my sense, an ambassador, you could also clarify if otherwise, but that is, that is not a standing army. Your standing is something around a little over, between 12 and 13.
40,000 altogether, including conscripts.
Yes. So this is a significantly more modest force. And so if we look at, expeditions, EFP, other things, then what is available is not taken from this 280, but different. So in day-to-day, a different contribution, but I think that the Finnish contribution could be very, very significant in case of crisis. But caveat, we just heard about the length of this Finnish border. If something is going on with Russia, does it make sense for Finns to come with land forces south rather than look at that 1,300 plus kilometer border? Because again, if there is an active NATO-Russia conflict, then the entirety of the NATO-Russia border will have to be defended. And no one is better at defending Finland than Finland, because Finland has always thought they'd have to do it themselves. And so I think when you look at what would happen in case there was a conflict, I would not be looking to land forces. I think that Finland could do an incredibly good job of defending itself, and then also NATO, of course, if Finland is in NATO, and then contribute in other ways, perhaps not through land forces, to the Baltic states. And that is, I think, the estimation there. So yes, of course, and I don't think there's a philosophical objection. I think we just have to understand NATO differently if we came to that conflict situation, because then Finland would also be NATO. And if Russia is attacking NATO, then it's probably also attacking Finland. And it's not just an isolated activity in the Baltics, mostly.
Mr. Villen, how surprised you are that Russia told few sentences that they disagree with reality, that actually you come as a member country of NATO suddenly. They were against it totally. They were, yes, but that's it. So you listen to them, and so if you are surprised, or this will come as a reaction maybe later, that we should, they are masters of surprises in this continent for last centuries. So
that's true.
Should we somehow be worried that there is a silence from Moscow? I mean, we in the Baltics, we are even used to their aggressive speeches. We kind of, oh yes, they are sending new letters to, I don't know, UN, to Geneva or something. But since there is this silence, is that okay?
I
is
hope
it normal?
I can hear, because I'm losing you time to time. I hope you can hear me.
But you probably understood the meaning of my question.
I lost the sound.
Okay. Sorry for this.
Can you hear me?
Should I repeat it, or you actually don't hear us?
Same was with Krista's speed. I'm lost.
It's kind of, so maybe I should now pass this question, and then probably the signal will establish.
Can you hear me now?
Gintve miss. Oh, sorry. Can we? Sorry. Even this. Can we please think about this?
I tried to answer because there were so many questions to me.
We should probably wait until the signal comes in a better quality, Ambassador, and then I come back to this question again.
So rephrase your question.
Yeah, could you please give us this sense of, is that okay, that there is a kind of silence?
I can hear you
almost
now,
no reaction
from
Russia.
I don't think there is a silence.
But it's like, I expected really aggressive talks. They are just usual.
Yeah, but even though Russia is preoccupied with fighting in Ukraine, doing all these nasty things there, let's remember that this same summer, Russian warship, Russian aircraft appeared and were crossing the Danish territorial waters and airspace, Russian military exercises in the Arctic waters. The Northern Fleet was able to carry out these exercises. So Russia is not silent. They are probably not saying too much, but they are preparing for the new reality.
But preparing for new reality, I mean, that's clear that they should. But do you think that we should wait a few more years after Ukrainian conflict and then see what is their actions against new reality?
Yeah, we will always be surprised, I guess. But the trend is obvious. NATO in the Russian view is an enemy. Therefore, there is no dull moment. We need to be prepared, and therefore, Swedish and Finnish entry into NATO gives us a new opportunity to exercise our defense.
And don't you think that because of constellations you describe and because of, you know, I don't know, differences of how huge is NATO, that we are kind of, you remember probably French president talking about two-speed Europe when the Eastern Europe will go, but now go into, now maybe there will be a kind of not two-speed NATO, but like regionalized NATO or micro, something more intensive NATO here in the north and different type of NATO there in the east. And so talking about this niceties of Baltic Sea as a kind of almost internal sea of NATO.
That doesn't matter because NATO has this 360 degrees policy, so that all security issues should be taken care of. And of course, one thing what our defense establishment and in Vilnius and also in Tallinn are a bit concerned about. We shouldn't really regionalize NATO's security. Of course, there are regions and all that, but since Finland and Sweden are going to join NATO, we shouldn't rely only on the Nordic-Baltic security arrangements plus the United States and UK and so on. We would not wish to see other nations go, and this would become just a Nordic-Baltic security area. The contributions that other nations make to these now battle groups and eventually brigades, these are very important, and so this is going to be an interesting debate when actually Finland and Sweden will join NATO, how to make this work.
Now Ambassador Willen, maybe you can suggest us, maybe we don't know these coverage of many violation of a real border from Russian side, that they try to, you know, just check whether green border is still, well, the NATO territory, or I don't know, many things which we used to, these small, nasty provocation from Russian side. Do they exist today, or do you expect them to have later on?
There's no provocation from the Russian side. The Finnish-Russian border is very calm and quiet and secure on both sides. And I can't say that we've been surprised. We've been prepared for the various scenarios, and we're preparing for the various scenarios. One alternative, as you mentioned, why Russian response to Finland and Sweden, to both countries, has been relatively muted, might be as just the reality, because the fact is that they do know that they would not have been ever able to influence anything our decision-making structures, because was the people who decided. 48 hours after Russian attack, Finnish citizens had decided to join the NATO, and Finnish decision led to the fact that also the Sweden had to make this kind of decision and change. And actually, it's interesting to tell you that, and because you were trying to even provoke me a bit about it with this Finlandization, and I come back to that. Finnish foreign policy decision has always been based on pragmatism, exactly as Christine said. And what we did with the NATO membership for applying it is part of our pragmatism. Actually, we should underline that for Sweden, this is a profound change in the DNA. Since 1809, Sweden has been based on the military neutrality. But due to the fact, the circumstances, what followed with Putin's decision, and first time in history, Finnish decision actually led to the Sweden also to make similar kind of concessions, or similar kind of decisions that was in there. The President Koivisto, our late president who died, who actually led Finland to the European Union membership, he was asked once in Moscow when he was a state visit there, that what is the Finland's idea? And he said with one word, survival. And I think this survival is something that we Finns and you in the Baltic states definitely understand what I mean. The small nation's way to survive. We've been surviving in last 700 years, 45 wars against Russia. We've been 700 years under the Swedish rule, I'm half Swedish. We've been 100 years under the Russian rule, and we've been trying the pragmatic way to survive. And now the decision, profound decision, is to join in the NATO in the current circumstances. It's not the decision taken lightly. It's not the decision for the short term. It is the decision that has come after very, very thorough consideration and democratic processes, and which means that Finland is fully committed to all the elements what we have. And as somebody said to me once, that if before the Finnish and Swedish NATO membership there was a signal cord in the Baltic states fence or the border, now you will have a fence there. And Finland is fully committed to defend our neighbors, defend our own territory first. That's a self-evident fact, but also giving any support we can inside the alliance to our alliances, the way what we can contribute and what is decided in there. I wouldn't like to go to any details yet because I think it's too early, but military staff and soldiers are making these plans in due time, and the commitment exists in there. And as also said by Christine, we will be contributing significantly to the common defense what we have, whether it concerns on the Baltic, whether it concerns in the Arctic, but not just that. And I want to really underline that. And one of the position what the president also has indicated, that Finland is not joining just for its own defense and just for very limited areas of NATO. We fully understand the responsibilities and duties we have for the whole alliance. And I think this is very important statement to say that we do see that the value what we have, we do see the contribution what we have to give. And when you talk about the will to defend itself, it's maybe interesting fact to tell you that today 87% of the Finns are willing to defend our own country, whatever circumstances, even if the circumstances are uncertain. And that comes from our DNA, that the Winter War in 1939-40 and the Second World War is our DNA, which means that against all odds, we are willing to defend that. And you can understand that with this kind of background, especially the war ongoing in Ukraine, is to us as a repetition what happened to our grandfathers, against all odds, against the aggressor who surprised us and attack against us without no warning, etc., etc. So the support for the Ukraine and understand and sympathy is enormous in Finland at the moment. But as you said, the Finlandization was the choice of that time in that political space what we have available, and we very, very, very grateful in that respect that the momentum arrived when the NATO membership is possible to us. Finland has been lucky and successful in that we've been able to join and utilize the momentums with what comes in politics, whether it's EU membership, and now because of the mistakes of President Putin, we also have possibilities to join the NATO.
Yeah, sure. Congratulations with this, actually.
If I may, I would like to add something to that. There is a difference between Finland and Sweden. Yeah. For Finland, since the beginning of this century, there was always this NATO option included into Finnish national security considerations, meaning that Finland was prepared to go for NATO if need be, but they never thought they would go for it, and the population was really against it all these years, whereas in Sweden the picture was somewhat different. They never wanted to join NATO. There was not even a NATO option for them, and when Crimea was taken, Swedish popular support for NATO option was very limited, let's say roughly 30%. But what happened after Russia started the second war against Ukraine, so to say, in Finland, the population immediately started to support the idea of joining NATO, whereas in Sweden, they were still hesitating, and the Swedish Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister, even in the beginning of April, stated that joining NATO would destabilize the regional security. So the political debate there was somewhat different, and Social Democrats, for them in Sweden, that was no-go, because they always argued against NATO membership, and only In the mid-April, all of a sudden they realized that there are no other options but to join NATO, and only after that, slowly, Swedish population also started to support this decision. So, in the Finland's case, when the Parliament voted for NATO membership, only 2 votes were missing or against that, whereas in Sweden there are still 2 political parties who are against Swedish membership to NATO. So there are some interesting differences to keep in mind.
Of course. Christina, actually, if we keep in mind geography of Scandinavia itself, somehow many things are covered probably by installations are long-standing installations of US Army, for example, in Norway. So what kind of new thinking in these technicalities, installations, or maybe some niceties of, you know, controlling more of Norse, well, Canadians are good at this already, I guess. So from the point of view of global NATO map, where is this big plus to have Baltics like almost fully in?
Well, I think that there is a very different north. The ambassador is the expert on that. But if we've gone from an Arctic Council in which you had some NATO, some non-NATO, and Russia, now you have NATO and Russia. It is different. And the question, I think, happens, what does the Arctic look like in the long term? Thus far, we've had a very reasonable and expected conversation focusing on Russia. And in the short term and medium term, absolutely, that is where we need to look. But I sit in Washington, which means that any room that I go into, if China is not mentioned within the first 15 minutes, someone gets very nervous. And there is this China question, the Russia-China dynamic in the long term. So when we look at the North, if we look at the North Atlantic around land and sea and air, everything that is there, it has been in the past relatively quiet, right? There have been good ways. There has been security cooperation. You talked about NORDEFCO, other things. There has been non-military cooperation through the Arctic Council. But there's a sense that maybe the North changes. Because what is the implication of a Russian-Chinese cooperation, but competition in the North? Where do those chips fall? China's interested, but Russia is by no means eager to release its very strong hold on the North. And so, again, this is an area where NATO needs to be looking, and is, and we've already seen from the Bucharest conversations to before, there is a question of how can the alliance look more to the slightly longer term and the unpredictability of what happens. And there is a climate related, what are the actual conditions in terms of, actual space and accessibility, and then the political conditions on the other side, right? It's simpler to have NATO and non-NATO, NATO and Russian Chinese as someone that you need to worry about, but we have no idea really how that dynamic plays out in the North. And so I think what will change is not necessarily immediately a force posture adjustment, but I think a assessment of what would the scenarios look like in the future and what kind of force posture adjustments would be necessary. And again, a true look at what Finland and Sweden bring to the table with their own approaches and long track record of taking care of themselves for that reason. How can they teach more to NATO countries, especially looking at North, about what should be done? And those are the conversations we can expect from the moment of membership looking forward, with, I assume at some point also some adjustments in response to that. But I think opening up our understanding of a new space and the kind of challenges we may face there in the future.
Yeah. Yes, Ambassador, if you wanted to suggest.
Can I? Yeah, if I
yes.
can continue a bit, because it is such an interesting issue what Christine raised in there. We always been hoping that the Arctic would be the area that would be low tensions and it would be able to, in a way, stay its own calm cool calmness that it has there. I think the fact is, of course, that following what has happened with Russian aggression to Ukraine, also this situation has changed, and it's changed profoundly, and will change profoundly because of the Finnish and Swedish NATO membership, as we've been talking. We should not be naive in the fact that we have a lot of interests, common interests, which one of them, of course, is climate change, because it affects all our lives. It doesn't matter what borders we have, but climate change is there. But let's not be naive. In the future, the Kola Peninsula will be the most important military concentration area for the Russian forces, nuclear forces, naval forces, air forces, etc., etc. That means that, of course, we need to have a balanced deterrence against them. And I believe that Finnish and Swedish contribution will actually bring this balance what we need also for the foreseeable future what there is. But the fact is, exactly as Christine said, that we should be able to look both in alliances, in our own policy planning a bit further ahead. And this is exactly what China is doing. China's great strength is the fact that they can talk to 50, 60 years or 100 years ahead. And one of the facts that we have to take into account, in 2030 or 2040 latest, the North Pole will be open for sea traffic in the summer months, which means that the Chinese Navy has a free access to the North Atlantic. So we have a completely different kinds of change in security situation, which forces us to consider. And luckily, the United States and Washington, as Christine is there, USA at least has the possibilities and capabilities to make these kind of predictions and planning for the longer future perspectives that we need to have. And this is also something that, of course, we believe that we will have a contribution in there. I just want to underline that we do see that our competencies in the Northern Arctic, we do see our competencies in the Baltic, but Finland is not joining NATO to form one block in there, just a block for the North or the Baltic Sea. We are joining the whole alliance and taking responsibility all of that. I really, sorry to say, but I need to underline the fact that we join in alliance with all the responsibilities and all the privileges, of course, what belongs to that.
Yeah, we fully understand what you mean, because of course for us also the being present in different NATO missions is part of job. So do you think that let's say second day after your membership you will send some, you know, just someone who will be in Adaži here in a local base, military base in Latvia, or, well, you can make a choice even, you know, Vilnius or Warsaw or Tallinn, Paldiski. So do you think it's needed for you mentally that being a part of the member, you immediately spread your missions around the continent, for example?
So this is the decision of course the president and the government to make, yeah. But I think the president has made very clear that we are committed to the various missions and tasks, depending, of course, our own resources. Yeah. Where and how that will be deployed, I think, depends on a common decision. And I think we will, of course, look together with Sweden. Finland is already contributing to the NATO missions, and we will be contributing. Where and there, I think it's not about the place, but it's more about that what kind of competencies we have, where we can actually give a significant importance. Sure. I just throw from top of my head something. Actually, very few knows that Finland also has a very high level of knowledge in the space technologies or satellite information. So we can actually contribute to NATO in a way that we might not even think today, but I'm just giving you a hint.
Oh, thank you. So one more reason to have you in the family, and of course we cross the finger.
Christine wants to take the floor.
Yes, and we cross the finger that Turkish president will, you know, stop this, what he does. Now, well, anyway, questions, maybe remarks, maybe some, you know, denials of what has been said. I mean, yes, please, and just present yourself. The lady in the first row, please.
And don't forget, Christine wanted to take the floor.
Oh, yes,
Christine, I was just thinking in terms of contributions, you know, a few people for a CT mission somewhere would be probably good, just, you know, fairy dust on the alliance. We have Finland in the Baltic region, whether they are on the north side of the Baltic or in Paldiski. I'm not sure that makes a tremendous amount of difference in practice, but I think, you know, a couple of Finns in the context of some NATO CT mission could actually be very good politics.
Oh, thank you for this kind reminder. You wanted to add, probably?
Yes, two additional aspects. One, there is a lack of understanding, at least in the Baltic countries, of what's going on in High North and northern part of Scandinavia. And I think also in Finland and Sweden, although the interaction is going on, but there is sometimes limited understanding of local peculiarities. So I think one of the things that both Baltic and Nordic friends should be thinking about, especially Finns and Swedes, is that you need some sort of a presence. You don't need big numbers, but you need to see what's going on to understand the local mentality. And I also think that the Baltic countries should also be trying to send some people to some places in Scandinavian countries, so that we have this interaction. Otherwise, we have our own security concerns in the Baltic Sea region, and we don't really know what's going on in the north. And we need to bring these two pictures together.
Thank you, actually, for a very interesting suggestion. I never thought about this. Yes, we have to send mission to the North Pole. Yes. Please, your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this interesting debate. I am the Turkish ambassador in Riga. And I would like to react to your words about the Turkish president stopping this. Well,
maybe
first
really
of all,
it's time to explain.
Exactly, yes. Let me say from the outset that this is not a political maneuver for Turkey. Turkey is trying to meet its own security concerns in its own region. So this is not really a theoretical issue for us. This is a real core security issue that concerns my country. Of course, the perception of security threats might change from one region to another. However, I would like to say and stress that the NATO alliance, the North Atlantic Alliance, the security is indivisible. That means there is no security concern that is for any ally's security concern that is less important than the other ally's security concern. Therefore, the indivisibility of security is in fact what made NATO a successful defensive organization. So far, my country, I speak for Turkey, my country stood successfully and helped the Euro-Atlantic security throughout the Cold War, as being the country having a big border with the Soviet Union. And therefore, I think we are a very reliable ally in the NATO organization. The reasons of Turkey's reluctance in the Finnish and Swedish membership, first of all, let me say that we are 100% supportive of the NATO's open door policy. And I also think that Finnish and Swedish membership in NATO will largely contribute to the Euro-Atlantic security. However, there are other concerns. As you know, today, the security threats are not only conventional. There is also a number of security threats which we call hybrid threats. NATO's recent strategic concept, in fact, underlined that there are two fundamental security threats to NATO. One was listed as Russia, but the second important one is listed as terrorism. My country has been suffering from terrorism for decades. And this concern of us did not find a lot of interest or was not taken very seriously by some countries, including Sweden and Finland. I'm very glad that some agreement has been reached between Sweden, Finland and Turkey and NATO. And we have signed a trilateral memorandum where there are provisions and undertakings by these two countries that need to be fulfilled. And until the time that we see these promises honored, then we will be happy to see these two countries join in, but we're still not there. I think these are very legitimate security concerns of an ally, which expects all other allies, and to be allies, to acknowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we cross our finger that everything you described will be sooner, not later, coming reality. So any more comments, aspects? Yes, please, Mr. Eglitis in fourth row.
Yes, thank you. Gats Eglitis, I'm the chairman of the Conservative Party, ex-minister of Social Affairs. Just a brief comment on in Finland. Finland is, I agree, a very, very strong, resilient country, and definitely knows how to defend itself since 1945 already. All this civil defense, military defense is really impressive. Something that I think Latvia would definitely have to have to copy. So definitely, and then I think Russia, being a thoroughly corrupt, ineffective country, they know this, and they know that. Making any moves against such an efficient and resilient country as Finland, you would have to think many times. But my question is about the Kremlin regime, and my postulation when the war started was that one sort of channel of influence to influence the Kremlin was through asset seizures of oligarchs, of business people who are close to the regime, and we know that a lot of assets have been parked in the West, and a lot of them have been frozen, but the confiscation process has not started yet, and it seems it's taking some time. Do you think this will start happening, and whether that may have an impact on the long-term sort of survival of the regime? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So you have someone particular you want to address this question to? Everyone, please. So maybe Christina, you can start if you have this feeling of this is solved, or.
I mean, I think it's the question is, at which point is the pressure heavy enough to have some kind of influence? And so, of course, there's this ongoing pressure and the expectation that these asset seizures or other economic measures are going to have an effect in Moscow and across Russia. And yes, they are having an effect. The question is, what are alternatives that you have in the moment if you are Russian? Do you have something to turn to? When do alternatives arrive? What does the process of change look like, if there is a change, right? And is it managed? Is it unmanaged? I think it's simply the pressure is increasing in Russia in the sense of a pot. And is there a steam valve that opens? Is there something that happens instead? And I think we are watching and waiting, and the timeline for that is highly unpredictable. But I think that using these economic measures, of course, is essential in the very least in reducing the ability of Russia to have a highly effective campaign in Ukraine. So that is the first effect. And then the longer term, which could be at any moment, frankly, in terms of this long-term change, we'll see how it happens. But I think the predictability of it is very, very unknown.
Ambassador Willen, can I surprise you by putting the same question but differently? Does your country has a special lustration or something to undergo? I mean, we were coming into a NATO family with, cleaning of some persons we never trusted. They were asked to go, slowly and silently, but to go, from, I don't know, civil servants or any other structures. Do you have the kind of process, to be accepted in the NATO, you have to fulfill certain security measures also, from not the point of view of Turkish interests of fighting the terrorists or something, but American small lists of something or something like this?
Well, we are fulfilling all the obligation when it comes to that, and I thank you for the Turkish ambassador for making the statement in there. As she said, we are in the process. We are planning to fulfill all the obligation when it comes also on that, and I think the negotiations are proceeding according to the plan. To be very honest, the time frame what we have in our hands has already been surprisingly fast. So we are not behind on any schedules, and I don't think there's a schedule that has to absolutely fulfill. I think the substance is the more important. And as I said in the very beginning, I think it has been very useful for the Finnish political decision makers, civil servants, and also the public audience to understand, as I said, the uniformity we have in the NATO and the defense security concerns that we have from the various partners that we have in the future where we are. I think it's very important what the second question was very interesting and important fact, because I think I have a bit of past in the European Union too, so I think I have to put a bit of my European Union hat also in these discussions. What European Union has been able to achieve on this crisis is unbelievable. That when I talked to my previous colleagues in the External Action Service, they told me that if they would have made any of these suggestions that has now been approved in 9 different sanction package, they would have been fired immediately before the war had started. So let's be realistic and let's be proud of the fact that how European Union has been unified. And that actually is my main message and concern, how to maintain the unity of our member states, how to have the similar approach in there, because I think that is the only way truly to be able to influence the politics inside the Russia. When it comes to question concern, particularly these funds, confiscated funds, it is a very complicated international law and legal processes. But even in that, I think it is important that the European Union and EU considers, and EU member states considers what kind of approaches can be done, and we would have a then common understanding together with our partners from USA, Canada, and other non-European Union countries, that we would have a common stand, common position how to proceed in there. And I think it's important to continue these sanctions, and I think there will be in other packages if there's a need, and I think currently there's a need for that. And I think negotiation is ongoing already. We have to be realistic in the fact that these sanctions will take time, but they do have an effect. We do see step by step how they are profoundly affecting the Russian society, how they're raising the Russian society and citizens and people to understand what is going on and what kind of mistakes their leadership has made to them and to the whole world. So we have to be patient, we have to continue support the Ukraine any way we can, and we have to be united.
Of course, yeah, thank you. Coming back to Mr. Eglitis' question, if you have a kind of nice description of process itself, which gives probably some niceties to this mentioned reality.
No, I think most of the issues have been handled. The thing is to seize any assets and properly deal with them. You need to do it in a legal way. We cannot repeat steps that other autocratic regimes do. We are democratic. We live in a democratic world. If we do something, it has to be according to some international legal regulations, framework. Therefore, there is a will. People talk about it on a very high level. Unless we together find a proper legal way, you can't do it, even though everyone wants it.
And we should be also proud of having Latvia's position, which is one of the most pushing country for this legal framework to be established.
Yeah, but then, of course, there is other thing. We talk about international tribunal because these crimes cannot go unpunished. So there are many ways to go forward.
Yeah. Now we are turning to different aspects, so back to the Baltic Sea and the good things we will probably admire and enjoy and maybe even list, a long list of good things, or you can go on with bad things also if you want, for a new reality in the Baltic Sea of hopefully soon Swedish and Finnish membership. So please, if you have some thoughts, because the time is running out. If not, then the conclusion line will be driven by Kārlis Bukovskis, the head of director of Latvian Institute of International Affairs. But before Kārlis comes, we have to make applause to all 3 speakers. Thank you, Kristiine, and thank you, Mr. Vilen, and thank you, Mr. Jägermanni. So happy to see you, and you will see many comments on this recording later on. So hopefully many likes. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you for being able.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, very much. Thank you. Very dynamic debate as a concluding debate for this year's Riga Security Forum. Well, we started it 3 months ago with President of Latvia, Egils Levits, and we finished it with energetic moderation of Ansis Bogustovs. So Ansis, also a round of applause to you for making this wonderful. We have wine at the back of the room, so I'm going to be extremely short. Final thank yous, of course, for most importantly to the partners, Friedrich-Ebert Foundation, NATO Public Diplomacy Division, embassies of Canada, of Poland, of Spain, in Latvia, also to StrategEast and 5G Techritory. Sorry, guys. And of course, my thanks, special thanks to Cynthia Brocca for being the heart and soul of this project, and I am now being an avatar of hers, and I am cascading the thank yous of hers to Alexandra, to Martin, and to Chris from Friedrich-Ebert Foundation for making this event absolutely possible for the whole 3 months, not only today. Final remark, next season is coming. Next season of Riga Security Forum, Riga Security Forum 2023 is coming next October to December, as usual, 10 more episodes. So in this case, please bring your ideas, bring your thoughts, bring your issues that you want to raise, bring your energy in, and send them to us, and we will be more than happy to go on and arrange the event also next year. So thank you very much. One more final round of applause for the 3-month-long project to everybody who was involved. Thank you so much. And wine and dine is over there. I think not dine, but wine definitely.
Thanks. Paldies. Sure.